to stay complete. So tired of solving mysteries. Just give me what I need. Ooh. I wanna know it all. What makes you bleed? How you got those scars? I wanna know it all. Let me see you out. but you left me alone inside these empty, broken walls. And I can't see it clearly, but it's obvious. I know that you left me alone inside this empty, broken hall. And now you'll be the reason why my soul is tainted. Somebody help me, 'cause I'm feeling trapped and I don't know what to do. There's no one to save me from this hurt I feel deep within my bones. Did you ever think of me and see the things I did? Sold my soul and everything, I was to the lowest bid. Crawled into your poison dome, yet every single time you got into my mind, you got into my mind. But all I ever wanted was you. But you left me alone inside these empty, broken walls. And I can't see it clearly, but it's obvious. I know that you left me alone inside this empty, broken hall. And now you'll be the reason why my soul is tainted. So how can I fix this? 'Cause I need to stop the aching in my head. My heart is breaking. Yeah, I'm tired of being stuck in the past. Did you ever think of me and see the things I did? Sold my soul and everything, I was to the lowest bid. Crawled into your poison dome, yet every single time you got into my mind, you got into my mind. But all I ever wanted was you. But you left me alone inside these empty, broken walls. And I can't see it clearly, but it's obvious. I know that you left me alone inside this empty, broken hall. And now you'll be the reason why my soul is tainted. The reason why my soul is tainted. You're the reason why my soul is tainted. You're the reason why my soul is tainted. You're the reason why my soul is tainted.
Good morning, chat. Hello. I am late. Intended, but I am late. Yo, 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 hello. Yo, Baked Otter, the Mac. Coconut, hello. Gipper not losing the watch stick this time? Nice. Chopsticks, yo. William Dillfish. And Kadu. Hi, hi. How are you guys doing? Have a new Deadly Assault soon? Oh my god. Soon TM. 1 hour something. 1 hour 10. Doing pretty good? Nice. Yo, Beethoven, hi. Beethoven? Well, that's written differently. Anyway. Waiting for breakfast? Oh, well, I mean, I guess different time zones and stuff. Makes sense, makes sense. Hope you are guys having a fantastic day. Or morning. Or, well, whatever you have. Doing well, just relaxing after work. And excited to learn more from me. That you think that I'm being educational on the channel during a stream. Damn. Impressive. Well, well, well. Alright, so daily time, and after the dailies we are doing straight 1 or 2 account reviews, probably honestly only one. And then I want to play the new Deadly Assault, right? We have like 1 hour 8 minutes left. Well, you can't see it here. So gonna go for that one. Oh look, wait, I can buy Denny's here. Give me money! Potential archive saved. Yeah, and anything else, it doesn't really matter too much. How do you apply for account reviews? Join the Discord. And in the Discord, there are a few sections for that. My model is kind of dying again. The fuck? Wait. I hate the eye tracking on this model. It's so bad. I have my eyes open. I promise. It don't randomly close them. This DA is super hard. Depends on if you have Aria or not. Do you have Aria? Yes. Okay, it's not hard. It's a pretty easy math equation. Solve after Aria. Okay, so you're just sleepy, admit it, the model knows? No, actually not. Surprisingly, usually I take like hours to get out of bed. Like, my alarm rings at midnight and I get out of bed at 1 or 2 a.m. I'm just lying, doom scrolling Reddit. But no, like, I actually just woke up and got out within like 5 minutes. I woke up at 2 and I got up at like 2:05. I was really quickly out of bed today. I hate the new boss so much, I love it. It's probably my favorite new boss right after Pompeii. Aggressively winking, yeah. I don't understand why that is though. I don't know. Maybe the tricking here. Camera, tell me why. Maybe I have to use the other camera. Maybe it's better. Oh, interesting. Wait, I have no idea why that is. Wait. No? No? Wait, that's wrong. I see. Interesting. Interesting. Let me try something. Wait. Let me try something. I have an idea. Wait. Ah, fuck, no, I cannot do that right now. I would need to restart stream. Anyway, it is when I look down. If I look into the camera, it's fine, but if I look slightly down, it closes my eyes. Really annoying. Okay, I will try something, maybe with the next stream. Guys, stop asking whenever the Aria video is coming. I am not allowed to tell you. I am not allowed to tell you. How's the nose riff? Much better. I feel so much better. Like, my nose is extremely dry still, but I am healthy. Or at least I feel healthy. So yeah, yippee. Wow, I'm missing the book dot here. Yeah, I can sync both eyes, but I don't want that. I want to be able to wink. But the problem is not... It's literally like my cam is right in front of me, but like above the monitor. But my chat is, well, not above the monitor. So if I look slightly down, it fucks that shit up. It's a bit annoying. I mean, you know, I have the vertical tracking. Maybe that helps if I turn off vertical tracking. Lip sync, face tracking, of course I need face tracking. Prevent vertical head movement. Wait, but I have that and I do that. I have no idea. Yeah, it's really just if I look at chat, then my eyes just fuck up. Anyway, okay. Let's quickly do the dailies. We are gonna farm Phaethons, because I love Phaethons, except that Phaethons doesn't love me. That's the problem. Oh well. Yo, Ichizen, hello, hello. I had to deal with Heart Pity on Banner and her W engine. I mean... yeah. Me every time. One-sided love, yeah. Funnily enough, wait. Jason sent me a cool meme today. Look at that. Jason sent me this. It's just like... how unfortunate. Funnily enough, that's not even the main reason. But it works just as well. Fire damage bonus, no AP sub, got them. Oh my god, I have AP on here. Okay, so we have one account review. Who goes? Who goes today? Do we have a sub from yesterday? Account review. Emek, I saw you in chat before. Right, we can lock this. I have so many Shadow Harmony pieces I actually should roll on. Like, always like the double crit pieces. Like this. You spent too many of your resources on Avalanche, so now you have to farm a bunch of basic stuff. Again to get this banner dist. Oh damn. Actually, I should not farm Phaethons. There's something other we have to do. I forgot about that part. Wait. There's something other I have to do. And it's not a choice anymore at this point. It's all in. Yo, Propane. Hello, hello. So, for the people who missed that yesterday. We got raided by Ben's ENVA. And now there will be a Ben guide we're gonna be doing. With the one Henry, what the fuck was his last name? I forgot his name. Henry Schrader, right. So we are gonna be doing a Ben guide with his VA. The Ben VA. But that also means I have to learn Ben. That also means I have to level Ben. So, yeah, chat. That's what we're gonna be doing. Time to farm stuff. So, celebrity stream. I mean, it's yeah, the Ben training hour is coming. Actually, next Thursday, Dakaduk is gonna teach me live on stream how to fucking play Ben. Hell yeah. The Dakaduk, the Ben guy. So yeah, that will be pretty cool. Dakaduk indeed is goated. I did updated Ben calcs yesterday actually, so that one is done fortunately already. Ben is not the most difficult character to calc, but yeah, don't do this, right? But we have to. Oh no, that was such a good number. Exactly 86k without any weird number. Oh my god. Parry everything Ben guide. Maybe, I don't fucking know a title yet. I need to make it extremely clickbaity. We will find a way. to get the Ben guide out there and to get people to watch it. We are doing some reviews in just a bit. Well, one review specifically. First, we have to level Ben as far as I can. So, ultimate. Let's max up the ultimate. Yippee. Okay, we cannot max it out. EX. I have a Ben guide phobia ever since Ben being Goba's last upload. Okay, I promise you it will not be my last video. I promise you it will not be my last video. Oh yeah, we will, I thought about what I'm gonna be doing for the Ben guide, and I thought, why not do the same thing we did with Lucia? Where we just make a special broadcast out of it, right? Ben deserves his own special broadcast. I think that is just fair. It's Jigs, yo, the girl is a girly pop. Which song is it even? Oh yeah, that's the same song we used for the Suna guide. It was such a fitting song for Suna. Okay, so we are in preparation for the Ben build. Look at that. Ben being leveled before Panda. Before Rina, Seth, Anton. Sokaku. This could be an AOD song. I mean, I made it one. I made it one. So where's Ben? Here's Ben. Oh yeah, Ben is currently holding my Yuzua pieces. Billy, you are gonna be holding the Yuzua pieces for now. We have to build Ben. So, a legend thought it was an AOD song. Don't worry, there will be an AOD song coming soon. Well, soon. In a few weeks. An actual AOD song. Insane. I mean, I guess not official. Maybe somewhat official, but not official. So, Ben! Yeah, that is not what we're gonna be playing. Where is, fuck, I also have to level this. Oh. Sure. Gonna be doing that. I mean, arguably I wouldn't need to, but gonna do it anyway. There we go. So that one's leveled. Unfortunately, I'm a bit out of materials now. So let's look for Woodpecker. What we run. That has attack, good, but it's not the best. We need a lot of crit rate, which is a little bit annoying. You know what, Lucy? I'm gonna take this god piece from you. That is pretty good. We might run with this. Wait. Why would I give him Heartstring Nocturne if this one is better? Makes no sense. Inferno. Hey, wait, I have good Inferno Metal pieces. We just run Inferno Metal. I have good Inferno Metal pieces. I literally farmed that shit forever. We kinda want fire damage bonus, but I don't want to take this from my Bernice. Fuck. I guess we're gonna take this one. Or we run... Do we strip Manato? No, we need the crit rate. We strip Lucy. We strip Lucy. I could take this one from Sambi. That is... I'm so mad about this still. Anton? Okay, fuck you, Anton. We take that one away. AP, that is good, but we are gonna keep that. I guess we're gonna take this one from Corrin for now. I think we are way too low on crit rate. We need so much more crit rate rolls. But I would need to strip other characters from that. Wait, this one is just better. Why am I not using that one? Crit damage attack, crit rate attack, crit rate attack. Okay, let's take this one. And here we would need also crit rate, ideally. Fuck, do I have to strip Sanby for this? I actually would need to strip Sanby for this, and the stats are still low. Okay, to be fair, I haven't leveled anything here, right? So there's a little bit of attack missing. Will be okay. Wait, what are my Sanby stats? I'm overcapping on crit rate on her, actually. Actually overcapping on crit rate on her. Yeah, I've way too much crit rate. I guess I could try to run crit damage, arguably. Well, no, I cannot because I don't have a good slot 4. Sedge. Could roll on these and see how they roll. Fuck it. Oh. That feels so bad. I hate this scrolling so much. I hate this scrolling so much. I mean, this is arguably also really fucking hard to top. That's good. I can keep that one. I still keep these pieces in case there comes an Aftershock dash attack anomaly character. Somewhen, surely. Would you want to run Brunch and Blade instead of Woodpecker for Zambi? Yeah, I thought about that, but I'm not sure if I can support it. That's the main problem. Yo, Silverview, hello, hello. Surely I can use all of these AM pieces somewhen, and Dev pieces, and Impact pieces. I mean, I have an ER piece here. Well, a bad one. It's gonna be really hard to support that. I mean, I could run this crit damage one rather than this one, right? But this one arguably has better substats. So I would like to not do that. And this one has 6 rolls. With a good chunk of attack. I mean, I could run something like this, right? What if I run Estful Voice? Do I have a good Estful Voice PC? I don't. Don't have an attack piece either, that is not complete garbage. Yeah. How do you like streaming? I mean, I like it a lot, otherwise I wouldn't be doing it, because arguably it's a monetary loss. A heavy monetary loss. But I do enjoy it a lot. So wait, what if we... Do we have a good crit damage piece? I mean, that's a fucking awesome slot 4. Can we roll nicely here? We cannot. We cannot. That is unfortunate. Tiered 1 bit monetization solved. God damn, thank you, Scooter. There we go. I can finally afford food. Finally, I can afford food. Okay, wait. I have a really good piece here. But I don't think I can run something else. That's a good attack piece. I can use it. Defense, fire damage bonus, 1 crit rate. Double attack. Do I run double attack? Yo, Sandata, there we go. Oh my god, the 1 biddy train. Thank you guys. Now I have food for 3 days. Insane. Okay, let's do 1 account review. More food. Yippee. Yeah, Mac. DM me your stuff. DM me your stuff, Mac. As per usual, you know. Spoiler tags, all of that. Why is Aria still 1 week away? I don't know. Ask Koya. So, So, Mac. Here we go. Actually, we can read this part already. While we are waiting for the DM. Please make sure to use spoiler text and stuff, right? Okay, stared favorite characters, sure. YSG Dylan Zhao, Dijuan Lucia Fufu, and Miyabi Yanagi Astra. Ooh, a classic. Is there no Yuzu on this account? Oh no, there is. Alice Jane Yuzu. Why do you use Astra in this team? Well, we will find out. Bernice benched? Oh. Oh, but at least you have Bernice. At least you have Bernice. Tower was played, highest Inferno damage you've ever seen. I mean, I've literally seen the damage reap cap. So, unlikely that I will have seen something higher. I have seen a higher one. I've literally seen the damage cap, which is the integer cap of 2.4, whatever the cap is. So, that was actually pretty fast after release. Think we have time for you. Verification code, please, Mac. I am not sure. Depends. We do 1 account review now, and then I wanna do the new Deadly Assault when it releases in 45 minutes. And after that, if we have time, sure. Fine for that. I'm up for that. Da-da-dum. So, which server have you been in? In a... Yeah, 2.147 billion. That thing. I always forget the actual integer cap, it's so funny. It's surprisingly hard to run into that problem that you are literally capping on the integer. Oh, we have the Yajunga skin. Here we go. So... let's have a look at your account, right? The goated background. I do approve of that. Honestly, I wish they would have her, instead of like doing her book thing, she would play with Yu-Gi-Oh cards or something. That would be so cool. Not looking forward to Vespa. I am looking forward to Vespa so much. I am so much looking forward to Vespa. I fucking love the boss. I feel like I'm always going against the grain in what I love and what I don't love. So, you are somewhat broke. Funnily enough, we know that you are a spender. But this wasn't bought yet. This Suna outfit wasn't... no, it was bought. Literally maxed out. We have Suna, Jane, the usual skin. Skipped out on the swimsuits. Nothing bought here. Still, 2 W engines to get 12, 8, 4. You probably want to spend them. And 9, 4. Is Aria sick weapon info public? Not yet, to my knowledge. Yo, hi Rambi. To my knowledge, it is not public yet. I actually should get this background. Okay, so let's have a look at your Deadly Assault scores. We have 50, 60, and 43. I expect this to be Lucia and Dylan M1. Maybe Yizhuan M2. Or M0, depends. I mean, you can reach the score with very good gameplay regardless, right? But most people probably don't. That... probably a full M0 team, or for some reason skill issued. Oh well, I can't see it here. And... yeah, that looks reasonable. So, let's have a look. M0, 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 M1 Lucia, M0. Yes, that was the full M0 team, M0. Oh, wait, you actually hit 60k with just M1 Lucia. Nice. That's actually really good. That's really good. Fufu, Yujuan, Vivi, M1 here. Good choice. M2 me boo boo. Yuzo M0. Oh no. Bernice benched. Oh. My heart. You can't write that. Take care of my feelings. Okay, you have it stared up until me, Abby. So, let me fix that for you. Yeah. Here, I fixed that for you, right? You also want her starred. It's your favorite Asian, and she as well. Here, there you go. So... that, yeah, that fixed your entire account. If you star her, she performs better. Very easy. Okay, so we have Suna. Your skills are all looking pretty leveled. I mean, to be fair, again, there's some stuff wasted, right? Dodge here, dodge here, dodge here. But aside from that, I mean... it is leveled. That is fine. That is totally fine. That is good. That is great. That looks great. That looks like a lot of wasted materials, but otherwise, I mean, that is maxed. That looks great. That looks great. That looks great. Fantastic. Yep. Yep. And anything else here? Arguably, you don't really play, but you have all of your skills leveled. I have nothing to say. That is, well, up until here, but then 60 even. Good job. Nice. YouTube is gone. You are now here. Well, first, welcome over on Twitch. Much better, but why is YouTube gone? YouTube shouldn't be gone. Stream health. Stream is healthy and the stream quality is excellent. 0 dropped frames. Oh, you're just going from there. Good choice. Guys, did you know that Twitch is much more important than YouTube is? Just, by the way, if you have a Twitch account, come over on Twitch. Also, you might have Prime Gaming, which you forgot to spend, so... okay. Anyway, you're running 2 PCR ER here. That is great. You have Thought Bob. Good choice. Not much to say here. One thing you can consider, will you go for Aria? You will not go for Aria. Okay. Then I don't have anything to add here. Super Raid subscribed in tier 1. Hell yeah, there you go. The advertisement is working. Welcome. Thank you, man. Much appreciated. Welcome. That is how it works. Normal sub works just as well. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Make sure to, well, to join the Discord so that you can make use of your subscriber benefits, right? Early access to my calculations. Stuff like that. You want that, probably. That is a good turner. Not much to say. I mean, arguably, you know, roll more crit subs. You have a lot of HP, and that tells me you are not running ER here. So, we want to do that. Fine, I will watch here. Hell yeah! Look that. Will coming over. That is how it's supposed to be. All coming to Twitch. The superior... This is much better. This is much better. So you are nearly at 27. You have nearly the full buff, except that you now can also run ER here. And if you roll like one more HP sub somewhere, you're getting even to 27k. This is basically the perfect outcome. Unless you have another ER one with even more HP. Yeah, this is... You have so many HP ones. HP main stats. Oh no, wait. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Yeah. I expected that. But your agents were well built, to be fair. Okay, we're gonna have a quick look at your... We're gonna have a quick look at your agents, how they are built. I'm not gonna give feedback towards your builds because you have the batteries to fix them. That looks good, actually. To be fair, you have like... You're basically at max cap, right? You're basically at max cap. I want to have a quick look. That is fine, right? Why are you running her on S2 voice? Mono Eyes. Yo, Will cheered for a bit for the meme? Yes, hell yo. Let's go. Another day of food. Insane. Okay, so... He was using Mono Eyes. Okay. That is totally fair, but if you do, please use Anomaly Proficiency. There's no reason for you to not do that. Bro. Oh wait, that's the wrong slot actually. You have 3.5k attack. You will never use that much. You are still overcapping here. Now you will get fat. No good. True. You can even change more stuff to go more towards AP. Fuck. Well, arguably that is worse. Is there anything? Here you have an AM. Is there a Phaethons you can use with more AM? Goddamn, clean up your discs, please. Oh my god. Bro, I understand why they are adding this. Goddamn the death. Would 3.2k attack be overkill on Hado? No, you would want to aim for like nearly 4,000. 4k attack, like 3.8k attack and 4 crit damage, you can keep it pretty low because he gets so much. Okay, yeah, you can optimize your Yuzua quite a lot, actually. Like, a lot. Could even run crit rate main stat. Oh, this is a good one. Damn! What a god piece. Wait, I mean, this is really fucking good. You know. You can get just more AP. Ideally, you just switch stuff, you know, instead of this, you go like +3 AP, +1 attack or something. You have the materials to do so. I am very confident in that. But damn. Well, actually, it's... those are just really good discs. Like, very, very good discs. And this is probably your worst one. That says a lot. But you have a lot of AM pieces you could roll here. Well, I'm happy to help you. Surely we have another one we can use here. That one looks good. Sure, we can use that for now. Yeah, look, 300 AP. Attack 3k. That is a really good fucking user right now. You don't even have her signature. You do not even have her signature. I mean, you're missing the base attack, right? To scale off. Can also use this one. 330, 311. That's a really fucking good user now. Usually, okay, I want to make that very clear for everybody who is watching first. If you have more than 100 batteries, I'm basically always gonna stop your account review immediately. Because there's no point in me reviewing your account if you can fix everything that I'm gonna tell you instantly. You could have fixed that before. It's a waste of time. Right? If you are not able to spend your battery to pull for discs in the first place, and then you have dog shit fucking builds. You know, what am I supposed to tell you? Spend the resources you have, that is what they are for. However, your builds are generally already pretty fucking good, right? You do have good builds. So the only thing, like, it doesn't matter whether or not you spend them right now. It doesn't matter. That's the only reason why I'm continuing this review. So, just to make, you know, that clear to everybody. You are overcapping on crit rate. That is not that great. And you can arguably fix that probably very easily here. That is better. Can we get like a +1? Somewhere. Okay, you have too many. You have too many. Could roll on this one. Never mind, we cannot roll on that one. I mean, you have an APP, so I'm gonna leave it as is. That's good, that is good. What can I say? I keep my options open. You know, there's a difference between keeping your options open, which is totally fine, versus literally not using what the game gives you, and then complain that your builds are bad. Right? And there's a big difference between those. you have good builds. They might not be ideal, such as overcapping crit rate and wasting stats, right? But if your builds are complete fucking dog shit and then you want me to review your account and my feedback is, well, farm discs and you have the materials to do so, you don't need me for that, right? That's not a valuable review. It's a wasted review. Oh, that is really good. The problem is you probably don't have a better disc to make up for that. I'm on a roll today. I am, in fact, on a roll today. Maybe I should start rolling on my own account today instead. Do we have another one? Casually rolling god discs. Absolutely no worries. I love helping out. I love helping out whenever I can. This has arguably better balancing. It is a worse disc, but it has better balancing. You're doing Suna Zhao, right? We have fist damage bonus. You do, but unfortunately that is just a really good AP disc. Okay, I'm gonna use a filter here. Fuck that. Whitewater. Main stat. Fist damage. Okay, that is surprisingly not a lot. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna write down for you, right? You have discs that are arguably a lot better than this one. Right? You have discs that are arguably a lot better than this one. The problem is that this disc gives you much better stat balancing. You are not overcapping on crit rate. You have more attack and only lose a little bit of crit damage. Because of that, using a worse disc here is actually better than using the one with like 5 rolls. It is really fucking dumb, but it is what it is. So, I'm gonna recommend you, right? Try to get a better slot to Branch and Blade. +1 crit rate, and then as much crit damage attack as you can. What's a cap on crit rate? 50% in the stat screen. So, exactly this one. The only requirement this disc has is that it says crit rate +1. That is the only requirement, otherwise try to get as much attack and crit damage as you can. And because it is Branch and Blade, you can just farm this, right? Farm this domain and use it for everything. Right, you can just use it on every other attack or crit agent anyway. Otherwise, that is a really fucking good YSG. Look at that. I'm so proud of myself of having done this. Look at my rolls. Holy shit. Clapper. Clappers in chat. I can believe you could even improve upon this. You could go for a crit rate +1 here and then take this one instead for one more attack roll. There are so many, Bro, we have so many good discs. Have you considered building Nekomata? Fuck. Arguably, it's probably still worth keeping. Oh, another one I can roll on. Maybe I lost my streak here. Maybe I lost my streak. That is a good AP disc. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna give you some homework. The thing with homework is, if you are like me, you always decide by yourself whether or not you want to do it. clean up your discs. Please go through your discs and check which ones you want to keep or not, and then delete whatever you don't want to use. You will be hitting the fucking cap soon, right? You are gonna hit the cap soon. Fufu. 7. Not much to say. I mean, it's a Fufu with a signature. It's good. You already have? Well, do it again. There are some discs which you obviously have not done that for. There are a lot of unlocked discs that should be locked. 63. Okay, you are too short on crit rate. Fortunately enough, you have more than enough shit to roll. So let's get you another god disc. How about that? Better. Much better. Ether damage crit rate plus 3 HP. Can we get you a better one here? Let's see if we can get you either Woodpecker, Bruncheon Blade, or Yunkui. We have a good slot 6 you can use here. You do. You do. You do, arguably, quite a bit. Your Nekomata holding this. AM, defense. Yeah, a lot of these discs should be locked, by the way, and they are not for some reason. Let's see if we can do this. Gonna use this one here. This one here. The problem is this is really good, right? This one here. And now we need a lot more crit rate. Let's see if we can get that. That's good. We would need more rolls here. Well, not if that shit rolls into pen. The one thing you don't want it to roll into. I have a hard time determining discs worth locking. Pretty simple. Does it contain crit rate and crit damage? Lock it. Does it contain crit rate, crit damage, or attack percent as main stat, and it contains crit rate or and crit damage or crit attack percent as a substat? Lock it. Does it contain anomaly proficiency and attack percent as a substat? Lock it. That's basically all. That's literally all rules there are to it. It's surprisingly not that difficult. If it contains 2 useful substats, it's probably worth rolling on. Can we roll crit rate more? Crit rate, crit rate, crit rate. We're gonna use it anyway. 60 on a 42. That is a bit better. We want a bit more crit rate. So we would need crit rate here. That's the fucking difficult part. Yeah, that one is probably not worth keeping for now. If we were to use this one here, are we able to use a Bruncheon Blade song here? I don't think so, no. Are you able to craft? You are. Are we allowed to use this? Yes or no? Or do you want to keep that? Okay. Bruncheon Blade, ether damage bonus with crit rate, crit damage. And ideally you can use it for Sujuan, or if you feel like playing crit Aria, you could do that. Surely crit Aria is a good thing. Come on, 4-liner. Oh, 4-liner. And HP burst. Chat, I don't even look. I'm not even looking. Look at the... Oh my fucking god, why the fuck did that work? I just came. Ah! Ah! Oh! 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 I just had the biggest orgasm of my life. I'm sorry if you have the choice between fun time with your wife or rolling on ether damage slot 5 and you get this, I will choose this. Brother, I'm at full volume. Good. Let everybody know what fucking god disc this is. Oh my god. Rule number 1, don't have streams at full volume. It doesn't even matter what stream. That is the rule number 1. Don't have any streams at full volume. Oh my god. I am low-key so fucking jealous of this. Holy shit, bro. Like, actual holy fucking shit. We're gonna use this one. Oh, that is really good. That is really fucking good. You remind me of someone who also moans every time he gets a god disc. Okay, so the difference is I don't get god discs usually. This is a first. This is a peak stream. Peak time. Like, holy shit, man. That has been the best invested substat roller I've ever seen. Oh, is that good? That is a really fucking good, arguably far more here. Get one more crit rate, like crit rate +2 here. That's a really fucking good Yujuan. Like, get one more here. Okay, I think, Mac, if you want to try that. Okay, to be honest, we have 6... You have 6 hours left because you're on NA, right? So, the American advantage here. After this account review, I think you can hit 65k. I'm pretty sure we just got your Yijuan 10% more damage, if not more. Try it. I want to see what you can hit. I'm not sure if you can hit 65k, because arguably 10% damage increase is not enough to go from 60 to 65. But I think you can hit 62, 63k. That has been a pretty good increase here. I mean, ideally we would have like a crit rate +2. But that will be a bit difficult. So many AM discs. Oh my god. Impact discs. ER discs. Bro. I really need to see your gameplay in this new DA. All your scores go down the drain. I mean, the answer is simple. Do you have Aria? Supposedly you probably don't have right now. But that is the answer, you know. Let me do some math equation. You know, usually you have like stuff like x plus y equals 6, right? And then solve after y, right? Classic math. In this case, it is dA plus Aria equals win. Solve after Aria, right? That is very easy for this deadly assault. 2, 4, 4, 7. It's okay. It's not, I mean, roll more AP, right? Do we roll for another ether damage bonus disc? Bro, there's so many pen ratio discs. Ice damage, HP... 12 tuning calibrators on it? Okay. 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 If you try 12, then I'm gonna fix that for you. So you change this to Phaethons. You craft 2. I want to have your okay before I do this, right? Are we allowed to waste this? You have to expect that it rolls like complete dog shit, and you are aware. Okay. So. Then you're gonna choose pen ratio, right? Because pen ratio is a little bit more applicable than ether damage bonus. You can use pen ratio on every anomaly character. This one you cannot use on every anomaly character. So we go for pen ratio instead. So, I mean, you want to widespread it, right? In case this rolls good, you can share it between your agents. You can use it on different agents rather than exactly only one. I think that is 1,000 times better. Also, pen ratio is still arguably her best in slot. Right? So, you choose pen ratio, percent attack, anomaly proficiency, Phaethon's melody. You click OK. You get a 4-liner, right? You don't click the skip button. That's important. You don't do that. You get a 4-liner that way. Okay, just imagine it as a 4-liner, right? And then you just go all in. It is important that you stream during this. And then you pretend like it's gonna roll bad, but you're gonna make it seem like it's gonna be a god roll before you click. Chat, oh my fucking god, look at this fucking god disc. And then you get something usable instead. So chat is not actually freaking out. But arguably it is better than whatever you have right now. Even if it is not great. But at least it's usable. Sorry for your tunic calibrators. Where is it? Here. It is a bit more AP. It's fine. The question is, can we get another AM piece? You have so many AM pieces, just not on Phaethons. Do we have a +3 AP here? Yeah, I do on Yanagi. Okay, we can keep that on Yanagi for now. Yeah, I mean, real more AP, right? Astra, 344. You're running Bashful. Okay, so. We are not running Bashful. We are gonna run this. And we are gonna give you a lot more discs here. Swing Jazz. Oops, not Polar Metal. You have another attack piece. You don't. Do we have attack with flat attack sub? You do. This is better. 3.3, that is close to being perfect. Now we just need another Astral Voice here with more attack subs. If we can even. This is a 4-liner. Bro. Attack, 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 attack. Fuck. Oh. Double attack roll. Attack. Bro. Oh, attack. Double attack roll. Double attack roll. That's double pen. Bro. Give me double attack rolls. Come on. Okay, that is cooked. Next one. Actually, do you have a good attack +3 here we can use? Don't think you do. But you have so many discs you could roll on. That's also a good one. That's a great one. And that one we're not gonna top. So you need more attack rolls, right? It is really fucking hard to hit that, especially with Cannon Rotor. Sorry, Kaboom the Cannon. But this is better than before. You are not losing out on a lot of attack, right? The attack buff is like 50 less, but 50 combat attack means absolutely nothing if your agents have like 6,000. But you have a lot more energy, so you have a lot more quick assist, so you have an easier time, you know, maintaining Astral Voice, as well as getting energy and decibels for her, and basically everything. Keep in mind that, you know, using her quick assists, well, not her quick assists, but using her EX means more decibels. That looks fine. I mean, roll better substats, right? Do you have a pen ratio one with AP? Surely. Oh, defense main stat, ice damage, that's a bit unlucky. These are also the kind of things you can probably just throw away, because we don't have split scaling, right? You don't have a fire damage main stat which you want to use on a physical damage set, right? So these things you can just always just discard. If you're unsure about that, just throw this away. There's no reason to keep this. And the chance that they're gonna add split scaling into the game is honestly surprisingly low. But yeah, aside from that, roll better substats. Also, if you can... Okay, you don't have Alice signature. That's actually really unfortunate. Yo, Romanite, hello, hello, hello. 70... you're missing 3% crit rate for full, that's fine. 133, 3-4. That's honestly a pretty good Miyabi. Yeah. This is really good. You have an AM piece as well, right? You do have an AM piece. Do you have a better AM piece? First of all, lock this. You do not have a better AM piece, but you do have one you could use. Okay. Do you have an idea of when the Aria guide will be out? I mean, yes, I do know when the Aria guide will be out. I do know that, in fact. I have an idea about it. It would be pretty bad if I wouldn't know when to release my own guide. You're running ER and 2PC. Oh, that is the first Bernice I see who is actually built fully correctly. Goddamn, nice. Roll better substats. Not much more to say. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. So, let's fix this up. We are gonna go for Brunch and Blade Woodpecker Puffer. Oh wait, do you have Dialin? You have Dialin. Good. Woodpecker, Puffer, Brunch and Blade. Do you have Puffer? You have never farmed Puffer. Is that a possibility? Because I haven't seen a single piece yet. There's one. There's one. Okay, you have not farmed a lot of Puffer. Okay, I'm gonna recommend you farm Puffer. Farm Puffer Electro. Also, that is a diabolically good piece if it didn't have fucking HP main stat here. Good enough. Good enough. There are also a lot of pieces you could roll on here. Damn. We can use Brunch Blade here. Let's use this one. Let's keep that one. Let's keep that one. Do you have an attack Brunch and Blade? I think you do. You do. Perfect. And here we are gonna use pen ratio, ice damage. That's also a really good piece. We should keep it. Same for this one. Same for this one. The fuck are those Easter damage rolls? Surely we can roll nicely here. Come on, one more crit rate. Okay, we take it for now. 87, you're overcapping on crit rate already. Fuck. You just started and didn't have pull for Alice sick. Is it the much? Okay, so it's not that easy. You basically need Yuzua sick to make up for that, to be worth it. If you don't have Yuzua sick, it's gonna be worse. Ambi says your Excel math is her favorite burger topping. I'm not sure about that one. That is good. Fuck man, you have too much crit rate. Do you have one that does not have crit rate on it? Just attack crit damage? Yeah, here. Bro. Stop rolling like that. Roll nicer. Oh, yeah. One more crit damage. Oh, there we go. That is good. 82. Okay, you are still overcapping on crit rate. But it's better. You're still overcapping on crit rate. We could steal your Miyabi disc, but I feel like you would not be happy about that. Do we have a better one here? Crit rate +1. Yeah, but that one has less substat rolls. I'm so sorry for this. Just to make sure again, wait, let me pull up my Allen sheet. Let me pull up my Allen sheet. You have a lot of attack pieces here. I don't remember if crit damage or attack was best in slot 4. I'm quite sure it was attack. No crit damage actually, but it's a small difference, right? This is with Dial and Astra. Crit damage, pen ratio, attack. It's like 1%. But as you can see, like one single, like attack percent is her best substat. Attack percent is her best substat. And it's like 0.05% better than crit damage. So, yeah, not much more to say. So we are gonna go for a crit damage main stat here. And that is good because we have quite a bit to roll on for that one. Attack. Got an APBs. Come on, crit rate. Attack. Attack percent. Attack percent rolls. Attack percent. Attack percent. Attack percent. Honestly, it's not too bad. Okay, now we need more crit rate again. Yo, Will, thank you so much for stopping by. Have a good one, mate. We switch this one back. No, wait, I don't want to switch that one back. No, fuck, this is like your worst piece. Do we have pen ratio? You don't. I mean, you have an ice damage bonus here. Possibly a Toddy piece. I can just frame it that way. Okay, that piece. You have a lot of ice damage pieces, which is good. How do we get you more crit rate? I think we have to do this. This is a perfect crit rate. Like, your attack is actually a bit low. Wait, what is the attack we are looking at? Oh fuck, I need to reapply, recalc. It's better than before. You're not overcapping anymore. But, I mean, you want more, well, better rolls, right? Does M1 get... Oh, fuck, you have M1. I never look at Mindscapes! Yes, you are right. I forgot that... Well, I just didn't look, to be honest. I literally didn't look that you had M1. My bad on that one. That is a problem. Yo, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you, thank you. See ya tomorrow. Have a good one. Have a good one. That is a problem. Like an actual problem, because it makes building her fucking disgustingly difficult. At M1. Okay, so I'm gonna write this down. It is arguably somewhat difficult for her Mindscape 1 to be fully stacked, right? Every time you consume, you get it 2% for 15 seconds, but each duration is calculated separately. So this is not necessarily really 12%, it is more like 8 to 10%. So what you are looking at is not 80, but around 70 crit rate. 70 to 72 crit rate. So your best possible build, right? You're looking at 70 to 72% crit rate in stat screen. And what you probably want to do is a 2-piece branch and blade plus 4-piece puffer. The main reason why you want this is because this fucking 8% crit rate here from your fucking Woodpecker Electro are making it so that you will basically always overcap on crit rate. Because it's really fucking hard to not have crit rate rolls, right? You would need to basically have attack percent, flat attack, pen ratio, and crit damage as substats. It's really fucking hard. So, yeah. I would recommend you to go for this. And to be honest, given what you have, I would probably recommend you to go for Puffer anyway. Right? So, clean your discs. Use all the all the obtained roll mats on Puffer rolls. You have basically no Puffer Electro, right? And what you have to keep in mind is every single disc you dismantle here is gonna give you one of these, right? One. So if you dismantle 30 discs, you will have one 10 roll. And I would want you to go here, go for Puffer Electro and just do a 10 roll. No, don't go for specific ones, just do general 10 rolls. You need Puffer Electro on your account. Puffer Electro is so fucking good. Arguably, you don't have Eve, right? But Puffer Electro is just so good on so many characters. With Dylan, that is, of course, right? You can use it on basically every character for that matter. But, you know, for your Ellen it's good. Generally, it's good for any other character you want to use, such as Corrin if you wear to do that. It's really fucking good on Hadumasa, you can do that. It's very good on Neko, arguably it's her best in slot. It's Biz on Yugo. On her. Well, except Rupture, of course. But I mean, you wouldn't play Dylan with... No, that's not true. You do play Dylan with Rupture. I'm talking out of my ass here. Yeah. I think Puffer is generally just really fucking good to have on your account. Yeah, best on S11. So many characters. I mean, this is arguably fine, right? Roll better substats. 68, you are completely overcapping on crit rate. Holy fuck. R5, R2. Okay, R2. 17 plus 12. Okay, let's just say 18 for the sake of it. 18 plus 12 is 30 plus 10 equals 40. 40. 60 is what you would have. The fuck am I missing? 10% here. 12% branch and blade, 18% there. Yeah, so you want 60% in your stat screen right now. Arguably, if you have it at R5, you want to go down to like 54, 55%. So you're overcapping Manato, 60% crit rate and stat screen. You can fix that yourself. I want to play the Deadly Assault. You have more than enough resources, right? That is fine. Energy region, you're running the 4-piece. You probably want a... It's okay, right? Shockstar Disco is fine if it actually does something for you. If it does something for you and you get an additional stun window out of it, or you can hit a specific threshold in terms of timing resource management, it's fine. Otherwise, I would recommend a 2-piece Swing Jazz, because not running 2-piece Swing Jazz means you will not have 100% uptime on the buff. Like guaranteed, not 100% uptime. You will have like 3 seconds downtime. It's like 27.4 seconds. We don't speak about this character. For one, that is a good amount of AP. Looks good. Looks good. Can you suggest me what this to use in my classic mono eyes with Sickless Miyabi? I mean, the same as with Sick Miyabi. Doesn't change. You probably want to level her for, you know, giving up some free attack here. To be fair, the difference between this, right, goes really hard and then it's like 1% from here. It's not like the end of the world, but I mean, you don't have enough attack right now. But, I mean, you can roll better substats. The thing is, you get base attack, right? So it's just more damage. Right? Base attack increases. Aside from the core itself. I would just always F aliens because it's free damage. And base attack is really valuable. It is a valuable stat. Lucy is on Hormone, that is fine. I personally would probably run Puffer and play her with Dialin. Oh yeah, we could actually do that later. Hell yeah, let's play a Dialin Lucy hyper carry team. That sounds good. I approve of that. You are missing Cradle right now, it's on Yuzua, that's fine, right? You're running Astral Voice, that's fair enough. That is fine. I would probably recommend you to use Hellfire Gears instead of Restrained. And you have a lot of Restraint. Yeah. I mean, you can refine it and use the Restraint on like Trigger if you ever get to pull her. ER, that is fine, right? Maybe you want a 2 PCR depending on what you're doing. But otherwise that's good, not much to say. And Soldier 11 is unleveled. Okay, so... So, I am torn about your account because I fucking hate seeing this. Like, I have to fucking, I become a fucking cow at that point. I regurgitate? The fuck? I fucking puke. Regurgitate? I think it's regurgitate. Anyway. I will never understand how somebody can save up this much. I will never understand it. I mean, I understand if you want to save up a certain amount, but I will never understand this. These are so many disk drives you can roll for. So many resources to level your agents. But that's not even half as me. Okay, Equio, you are on the blacklist for account reviews now. Thanks for telling me in advance. However, generally you have a lot of disk drives and your disk drives are really good, right? The main problem you have is that you are wasting potential in your agents by specifically overcapping a lot of crit rate. Your YSG had a crit rate overcap. Your Allen had a disgustingly large crit rate overcap, like nearly 30%. You were at like 90% crit rate, so like 20% actually. And your Manator as well, right? You can optimize some of your agents. For example, your Yuzua went from 3.5k attack and 210-ish AP, I think it was. 210 AP to exactly 3k attack and 311 AP, right? That's a really fucking big increase for your anomaly damage. So it is always worth doing that. However, it's not necessary. So I would argue that generally, funnily enough, you are probably one of the very few exceptions who does not actually need to spend their ether batteries because your account is more than good enough that it literally will probably not make a difference. It is probably not gonna make a difference for you. Because of that, I will forget that I saw this. But I also don't have other feedback for you. Is there anything that you would like me to to touch upon, because I really don't have any other feedback except for, I mean, you could spend it, but arguably, outside of maybe building some niche agents, there is not really much of a reason for you to do so. So, this is gonna be one of the very, very few cases where I would argue you can spend them if you want to build an agent, but you don't need to. And because you don't need to, saving them is actually the correct choice. However, I also do want to say, you know, getting Phaethon's Melody is really fucking hard, so maybe farming Phaethon's Melody is a good idea. The main problem you have is... right? All of the Phaethon all of the Shadow Harmony users you skipped. I mean, you can build Hadumasa with it, right? You can build Hadumasa if you want to. But yeah, unless you have anything you want me to touch upon, I don't have anything anymore. That's your feedback. Please delete your login data from Discord. It's arguably a really good account. It's arguably actually a really good account. So. We have the account grading, right? So, note, 153 batteries, but for some reason, there was no actual reason to use them. I will give your resource management an A, simply because you had some agents that you could spend them on, specifically anomaly agents, I suppose, are probably your biggest weakness. Arguably, Puffer is also probably good. Your disc rolls were just really good. There's not much to say, and your builds were arguably not very good. Lots of crit rate overcap. Lots of optimization potentials, such as 3.5k attack on Yuzua, but 200 AP. Well, but only 200 AP. Right? None of that is breaking, of course. But for the amount of disc rolls and resources you have, these could have been built a lot better. You skipped units. I mean, honestly, I think this is totally fine, right? I personally just really like Eve, and I personally also think Trigger is a good pull. And anything else just depends on what you want to play, right? If you want to play Ben, you probably want to have Orphe. But otherwise, it's fine, right? Let me give you an S-. DA score, I mean, was great. Like, was actually great. You are too meta-pilled, and you wanna skip Aria if you're too meta-pilled? Yeah, was great. Not much to say. Like, this is your worst score because your anomaly agents are built the worst. And this you can 100% get better as well. This is a fantastic score, by the way. Given this is M0, M0, M1, that is fantastic. It's a really, really good Yuan run here. So I'm gonna give you an S in total, because I think you can improve upon these two. And then you have the overball agent choice. That was your Shungus. That is fine. Your overball verdict is gonna be an S-. Thank you so much for submitting your account. Much appreciated. Thank you. It's a good account to see sometimes. So, chat. Do you know what time it is? Do you know what time it is? It is 4:15 a.m. Yes, that is the time currently here. But the time doesn't really matter. What matters is that we have a new day in Zenless, and that means that the new Deadly Assault rotation is here and I can play my new favorite boss. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Deadly Assault, Vesper! But I do need to get something to drink before. Oh! Burn solo! I can't wait. Any 10 p.m. game. So, we are gonna play Yoshungos here, right? And Vesper, we will do last. In the meantime, I'm just gonna leave this to you, right? This little screen here. Wait, we can make a montage in MS Paint. Right, just make a little montage. Oh, that is one. That is the second part. Here. I'm just gonna leave this to you to read, right? You can enjoy this little anomaly buff. And just enjoy reading this anomaly buff and tell me what you're gonna play if you don't have Aria. Enjoy it. Chat, I'm back in like 3 minutes. So. Okay, I cannot actually. Vivian comes to save the day. Okay, so. Let's note it down. Chat says we can play Vivian, Yuzua, and then let's test Yanagi. I cannot test Bernice because I have a crit niece, right? And Yanagi, Jane, Alice, Piper. My Grace is not super well built. We can test Grace, I guess. Fuck man, no. Not gonna play that. No, I never just doesn't really have good AP. Yo, BNC, hello. Okay, so let's first do what is obvious, right? Crit damage increases. Attack 15% death ignore. Sure. Sure. So we're gonna play Suna. YSG. We're gonna do this. Let's use this. So, in-game music, because otherwise chat complains. So... Boss Bunny, second season and normally boss with 40%. Yeah, I don't fucking know why they put fire res on literally every single fucking... I don't get it, man. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Unfortunately, we cannot skip the phase. Judging from what I have seen on stream, my builds are monumentally bad, so I think we'll be skipping this DA. I don't think you need to skip stuff. That was bad. We actually should redo this. I shouldn't have used ult here. I haven't looked at the timer. It's much easier to do this with Dylan, to be fair. Because you can just skip the miasma phase. Let's get the crit damage out here. I think you have like 0 teams. Yeah, well that is not ideal, to be fair, if you have 0 teams. 0 teams is not ideal, frankly. Do-do. Ba-bum. So, can we get this off before she goes into phase? We can. Let's shred miasma slightly. That was good. Hello, can you rock? God damn. That was much closer than I wanted it to be. So, I hope that everything works out here and shit is not gonna fuck me over. No, it's gonna fuck me over. Okay. God damn, let me get back into state. I hate this. You want to parry? But, I hate getting back into state if you get out of it once. If I didn't fuck that one up, we would have just killed here. I'm gonna optimize that later. We are gonna kill this boss. Gonna keep it at this. That is so fucking easy to kill, but you cannot fuck up the state thing. I wasted like over 10 seconds there, the very minimum, and so much damage. This boss again and just play YSG. I mean, it's such an easy kill on this boss, especially with this lineup. Yes, we take this one and let's play Lucia Yijuan. Always for the Yijuan. Yijuan is great. I love Yijuan. I also like this boss. I just don't like this boss's music. I just do not like this boss's music. I just prefer more interesting things. The eeriness is... I mean, it's cool for story, but not for that assault. God damn it. Hello! Dodge counter! God damn it. I think I fucked that one up. Anyway, doesn't matter too much with the island. Trying to fight the hunter, but music got me feeling the name of the game. Yeah. I have to redo a lot of these runs. Doing way too many mistakes right now. I have not refreshed her buff correctly. Man. Maybe I'm just too pilled that I just want to go to the new boss. Just wanna do Vesper. Ta-da. Yo, Soka, good morning, hello. Idle pilled? Yeah, I mean, if you have played nothing but Aria for like so long, it does become noticeable. Look, I don't even have enough decibels right now. So bad. I have to use it here out of stun now. It's horrible. Oh, shit. That was not what I wanted to do. Anyway. We redo all of these later on. We make it better. We make it better later. One more stun, please. Can you do something? Thank you. You can't even reach 10k in 3 minutes? Wait, what? Okay, that sounds much more like a build issue than anything else. That sounds much more like a build issue than anything else. I know that we can kill, so... Above 60k is very easily possible here. But that is only if you don't fuck up so much. But we can do that later. Vesper time. Vesper time it is. I fucking love this boss. So, the good old anomaly buff here. So, chat is telling me that anything Vivian is gonna work. So, surely this is gonna be good, right? Three Vivians. True. Also, this M2 team, right? I mean, outside of... So... You... I can tell it's because I can't dodge. Hey, where's my... Here. Let's refresh this. Let's do just full chains here, it's fine. Actually, maybe it's not fine. Maybe we should have... Yeah, we should have done double chains on Alice here. That's better. Two, 3, 4, 5, and I missed that. That is a little bit unfortunate. Anyway. Actually, we need to restart that. If you missed the last one, you missed like 50% days. You cannot miss that one. But yeah, even Vivian is not necessarily amazing. It depends a lot. I think a lot of people will struggle with this, but for various different reasons. Also, actually, I just noticed I have the wrong order. I can't tell, it's because I... Also, never mind, I already read that. I already read that. Yes, this is my account. This is like one of the most annoying parts here. So let's do Vivian. We are wasting a little bit of plate etiquette here, it's okay. So let's fill up the blade etiquette. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. It's weird playing with sound. It is actually weird playing with sound. So, let's do Alice. Yo, Katsune, hello. The worst part about this boss is now phase 3 because the camera becomes complete dog shit. You will see what happens with the camera. Oh fuck, wrong. "12 out of 12? Okay, I can see that, yeah. I can see that. This is the worst boss in game today? No, it's my favorite boss. It's my favorite boss. I disagree heavily. I think it's one of the best bosses in the game. However, I do want to emphasize, right, this is Alice. Alice is arguably one of the best anomaly agents in the game. And this is also M2 Vivi and M2 Yuzua, right? I do want to emphasize that. And my agents are not badly built. I am very, very sure that a lot of people are gonna struggle with this boss. Actually, is there a viewer right here who has Alice build at M0 and Yuzua and Vivian at M0 with free-to-play W engines. No 6. Honestly, you can even have 6 on Alice at least. Doesn't really matter too much on the others. Groovy, do you have that? Would you be up giving me your account? Which time zone are you in, actually? I need somebody on EU or Asia. Asia, perfect. Would you be up letting me play on your account? You're ready for the 20k tomorrow against this boss with your Jane? Groovy, perfect. Let's do that. I want to see how well this does. Can you DM me your login later? I unfortunately have all characters that W engine. I mean, you can use something else instead of the W engine, right? The problem is that Threshold Sim has a different scoring system. My M0W1 Jane Vivian user team only gets 25k. That sounds pretty right, yeah. I used a badly built Jane on CES and I got like 20k. To be fair, like I didn't change discs or whatever. I don't even fucking know what she was, like the equipment she had. But it was not great. So, thank you. Asia, you said. Da-da. Whoop. Verification code, please. Thank you. How was your day so far? Thank you for asking. I mean, I just woke up like 2.5 hours ago. I didn't have a day. But the stream has been good so far. So, Asia. You said something about your friend coming, right? Yeah, so there will be 6 people I will be hanging out with on the weekend. And that's basically all there is to it. That's basically all there is to it. My friends forced me to celebrate my birthday. So, let's have a quick look here. Deadly Assault, Vesper. I don't know if I will review your account. We will see. Okay, let's have a look. You have 6 here that are pretty good discs. We are gonna nerf you. We have to nerf you. 230, 3k. You don't have Sick here. You have Cradle. That's good. And your Vivi is without equipment. Well, without full equipment. We will leave your Vivi as is, but you're... She is a little bit too good for the average person. I want this to be like, what can you expect if you have like average discs, right? I think this is fine. Your Alice is too good. Okay, let's also make it correctly, right? Alice into Yuzua into Alice into Vivi. You do have R5 Robin, so that is great. M0. Yo! Agnets, hello, hello. Are we running in anomaly ICDs right now? Yeah, no. I just fucked up badly. Okay. -1 disorder, I guess. That is also really annoying. Where's my Vivi? Wait. That is also really annoying. I forgot what I wanted to say. Something is annoying. Whatever I wanted to say, I forgot it. Is my fucking mouse broken or am I broken? I think I am broken. I hate the fucking camera in this. It's so bad. Phase 3 camera is fucking dog shit, man. It's annoying to forget what to say. Yeah, man! It is so bad! The face... Yeah, fuck, man. That's up on me, but I still fucking hate that. This boss is to chill for Aria and Nangong Yu. I mean, it is. It is literally made for that, right? But... it's literally like... a parry boss, right? You have to parry a fuck ton. But even if you play super well and you have like a full M0 team, bro, a lot of people will hate this. A lot of people will hate this fight. A lot. Right? A lot of people will hate this boss. And, I mean, to be fair, right? That is all M0 W0 W1. Well, here, right? She is free to play. Well, not free to play. She has Cradle and where is Vivi? Vivi is running Weeping Gemini. Did he had really good discs? Yeah, he had really good discs. We actually had to nerf him because he was running this kind of stuff. Right? We actually had to nerf him because those were his discs. This looks about normal for the Primordial Nightmare? No. I disagree. I had zero fucking problems hitting 30k with stuff like free-to-play Soldier 11 when it released. Right? That was totally fine. It is really just... I think this boss is much, much, much worse. The only +4 is here, +4 defense. Yeah, it is like it is. Groovy. Wait. Three, two, one, maybe soon. Hello, Wavy. There we go. Okay, so there's your gift sub. Go into the Discord and put your account into the account reviews for the subs, right? We will do you first after, I don't know, whenever, right? I don't have time for that right now. You will see in a bit why. But, so you have priority for the account review. Thank you for giving your account. It is really fucking hard to judge sometimes how much the M2s make, right? The Mindscape 2s do a lot here. If you think I... No. There. Wait. There we go. Sorry, quickly have to check something. We are good here. Good. So, let's do another one. Shadow drop of new video? No, I misclicked. I mean, arguably it was the new video, yeah, but I misclicked. I wanted to open a tab and instead I accidentally clicked on play. Well, that is not how what was supposed to be. Okay, so what do we test next? We could test Jane. We could test Jane. Or do we test Yanagi, actually? You know what? We test Yanagi. Because Yanagi can conserve a little bit more energy. Well, let's give that one back. Where's my Yanagi? Here. 134. I mean, it's not the greatest Yanagi, right? We don't have to argue about that one. Will be good enough, though. Versus Notorious Butcher, she still gets like 40k, whatever. But yeah, that's like a 15k score difference. That's a lot more damage if you have those M2s. So, Yuzua... I think... Yeah, Vivi... Yanagi. Let's go for Robin. Bobbin. Bum 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 bum. One, two, three, four. The boss is fire res? Yeah, of course it is fire res. We don't allow Bernice to have fun. Bernice does not have fun this Deadly Assault. Or any Deadly Assault for that matter. That was a misclick. Can you play it with Miyabi? Have fun, man. I hope you enjoy this fight with Miyabi. I hope you enjoy this fight with Miyabi. It is 40% ice res. And you have to parry a lot, so you don't really have time for a lot of other stuff. Is there only one fire anomaly? Yeah, that's Bernice. Don't, don't, don't. I'm glad I'm going for user engine and M1, M2. I would not always necessarily recommend user engine. Fuck. I'm really bad at parrying right now. I just do not parry. Or at least not well, that is. I do parry, just not well. Yo, Sunless. Hello, hello. Nice to see you. How are you doing? Can you try replacing Yuzua with Zhao? No. There are things I don't want to try. Didn't you say that M1 user gets more value? I mean, yeah, because that is what it is. Scales of, you know, AM. Which part of her works with two-piece king? Aria Stomp? What? Wait, what are we talking about? I feel like I heard the sounds of trying to do an action, but user was Aftershock. Yep. Yeah. 36k. But again, M2, right? M2 Yuzua, M2 Vivian. The extra days helps on Aria team. Anything helps on Aria team. So, let me... quickly do something, sorry. Bro, my internet is fucking dead right now. Give me a second. User really needs her engine? No, she doesn't. She does not need her engine. Alright. Chat, are you ready?
If you think
Are you ready? It is time. Aria Q&A. Oh my god, new Aria Q&A. Are you ready? We are gonna do the watch along. We are gonna do the watch along. I think that's a good idea. Except that I'm gonna go on my fucking private account. Because I don't want ads on my own videos. I don't want ads on my own videos.
if you
Aria is fucking disgusting. She's insane. Aria is insane. If you don't want to do the watch along, go and check out my video, right? Give me the views. Give me the views. Here, I'm gonna pin this, right? Manually unpin. So, go watch my Aria guide, obviously. I want the views. Yeah, we're gonna do the watch along. I would appreciate it if you would still give me a view or a comment, like, you know, all of that.
think Aria is easy to play, think again. Well, arguably, her actual inputs are not really that difficult, but routing the fight and managing all of the team's buffs correctly while also setting her up just right is not as braindead as many have painted this character to be at all. In fact, you can easily see a 15 to 20,000 score difference between playing and building her right and, well, not doing that. Alright, and speaking of building her right, Shining Aria also is even up with freaking Dawn's Bloom.
Hell yeah, build Dawn's Bloom on Aria! Don't do that.
Anyway, all my budget for the next half a year went to Nangongyu, so instead let's have a normal intro and talk about her kit and how she plays. Her best weapons, destroys and destroy sets, her combos, her minion substats, her teams and mindscapes, and lastly, let's also talk about her pros and cons. Welcome, I'm Ravenous, and this is your complete XXL in-depth guide to Aria.
Shout out to my editor. I'm dying here. Shout out to my editor and Icky for doing this, right? Oh hell! Chat, did you know that we are streaming on Twitch?
Aria is an Ether Anomaly Agent who specializes in blooms. A lot of blooms and very strong ones at that. Aria excels in dealing most of her damage during stun, and at least as of right now, it is clear she is missing a third team member. Okay, to be fair, that was hopefully glaringly obvious, but even without Nangongyu, Aria is an extremely potent anomaly DPS who also is at least at the baseline simple to play, but her team rotations are not necessarily. Let's begin with her unique resource, Fandom Power. Fandom Power is indicated on the field and also right below her.
These things are so
honestly,
cute.
These guys are just too cute to not show.
I love them.
Regardless, her Fandom Power is kept at 8 stacks and you cannot overstack. Which also means managing her resources
Sorry, I had
and
to
not
check if the
wasting
pin comment
any
is
stacks
there.
is pretty important when playing her. Aria can generate Fandom Power through various ways. 1 stack from her basic 4 and second special, 3 stacks from each of her EX specials, 4 stacks from her chain
Yo,
attack,
Commander
and
Pika,
another
hello.
4 stacks when an Ether Veil is activated, well, and also 4 stacks from her ultimate, but that is because it opens an Ether Veil. Knowing how we can obtain her unique resource, let's talk about what we even need it for. Holding down the basic attack button will have Aria charge up to 3 levels, then unleash a stomp attack when either
Yippee,
reaching max
stomps.
charge or when releasing the basic button. If Aria has any Fandom Power, she will consume 1 Fandom Power to increase her charge level by 1, or in other words, we want 2 Fandom Power for each charged basic attack we do, as it will instantly grant us the max charge level. Additionally, for each stack of Fandom Power consumed, the next Stomp attack will increase the inflicted anomaly by 10%, and lastly, she can quickly transition into a Stomp attack after her basic 4, special, EX special, a level 3 Stomp, quick assist, chain attack or ultimate, or in other words, basically everything she does, well, outside of her basic 1 to 3. Honestly, her charged basic attacks description is basically bloatware. If you have at least 2 Fandom stacks, hold basic to make a Stomp attack, consuming 2 stacks, and that is really all there is to it. Aria also features a 4-part basic attack string, and the 4th hit will generate us 1 Fandom Power. We will actively use them, but that also is all there is to it.
And do you take the whole month to get these videos done? Depends on the video. Not really for this one. This one was quite fast, honestly. But I had massive score differences. My very first Aria run versus Vespa was like 40k, and then I went up to 60k plus. It's, the way of how you play her is actually pretty important, and the team rotations.
Aria features 2 specials and also 2 EX specials. Frankly, we will basically never use her first special, but at least her second special has some niche application to additional fandom power generation. It can only be used directly after her basic 4, assist follow-up, chain or ultimate, and it will also generate 1 fandom power. Both of her EX specials cost 40 energy, and her second EX special can only be cast after her first one. It has some applications, but also a long animation time, so we will actually rarely use this. Regardless, however, both EX specials will generate 3 fandom power upon use, and we will very frequently use the first one. There isn't much more to her EX, honestly. It serves primarily as a way to maintain Phaethons, her signature weapon, and also as a fandom power generator. Her dodge, dash, and dodge counter work as we would expect them to work, and while her dodge and dash do not reset her basic attack string, and her dodge counter can directly be followed up with her basic 3, there also really isn't much more to them. The same can be said for her quick assist, parry, and assist follow-up. They work as we would expect them to work, and we will use them a lot, but there is not much more to them. Aria's chain attack also works as we want it to work, and because it generates 4 fandom power, we will use this. However, we will rarely ever do double chains on her, as there simply is not enough time for it, as we will see later.
Small note here. Right now we don't have enough time, right? I actually tried a Bernice lighter Aria team because I wanted to see if I can do double chains. Just to have enough time with the lighter stun extension, but at least that team was fucking dog shit. Fun to play, but it was fucking dog shit.
Aria's ultimate has a lot of text again for being pretty simple. Upon cast, Aria will open up Ether Veil Delusion Surprise, and because of that, she will gain 4 fandom power stacks. She will then also gain 3 stacks of All Out Cheering, which simply serve as 6 fandom power stacks that can overcap, and lastly, Aria will enter the Moment of Delusion state for 15 seconds, enhance.
Yo, Sly-Shy, Sil-Shy, that way, sorry. I'm not gonna stream until Sunday, so no worries about that. Thanks for stopping by. Wish you a good night, man. Is there a way to check past deadly assault bosses? First of all, hi, welcome. I saw you already over on YouTube. Good that you got over on Twitch. Easy, I should just stop ignoring. No, I should just ignore YouTube so that you guys come over on Twitch. I cannot answer that because it could potentially involve dreams, so not a thing.
Her basic attack to a slightly more powerful version. It should also be mentioned that her ultimate has an insane anomaly application, which can be very relevant later on when talking about
bye bye.
sets. Alright, time to talk about her core, which serves as the, well, core to her entire kit. First up, Aria gains a flat out 90 AP, and if Aria lands a level 3 charged basic attack, she will trigger a bloom. A bloom's damage is based on the original anomaly damage as well as her anomaly mastery. And if the target is stunned, those blooms deal 50% more damage.
Yippee.
Please note the wording damage ratio, as this is a true 50% damage multiplier and not a simple damage bonus. If your blooms were to do 1 million damage out of stun, it will now do 1.5 million during stun.
I'm actually I'm actually not too happy with that wording. In hindsight, I probably should have changed it because stun damage multiplier also exists, right? So arguably, if you were to do 1 million damage, then you have the 0.5 ratio, and then you also have the stun damage ratio, right? So arguably, you do more than just 1.5 million damage because you have the stun damage multiplier, and I just omitted that here, just to make the point, but arguably I probably should have mentioned that.
This damage ratio buff is extremely potent, and getting as many stun windows as possible is iterative to optimizing Aria's teams. Assuming 3 stuns, she already will deal a majority of her damage during stun. Lastly, for her additional ability, she requires either a stun or support character, and if that condition is fulfilled whenever Ether Veil is activated, she will gain 4 fandom power. Additionally, the duration of corruption is also extended by 3 seconds. Because her additional abilities condition is this easy to fulfill, I have previously simply taken this as part of her base kit. It is honestly very difficult to not have this active. Most of her damage comes from her blooms as well as corruption, so frankly outside of her core skill, none of her skill levels matter too much. If you want to optimize her damage output, however, focus first and foremost on her core skill, then her basics, followed by her EX, ultimate and assist, and lastly dodge.
Look at that, we have a new skill priority. Okay, just for the people...
I also want to emphasize...
who don't know this, right? This is the skill priority on top in terms of damage. And this is what I would recommend you to level it to, because Daze is actually a thing.
That I would recommend leveling her assist as high as possible, as she really wants the Daze and you will parry with her frequently. Let's talk about some addendums.
Addendums, yippee!
First up, I want to talk about Suna. During Aria's stomp attack, Suna will join her on field. While this does not significantly matter for Suna's own signature weapon, it does matter a lot for Weeping Cradle, as Suna is now not off-field anymore. Due to that, Suna does not gain the off-field energy regeneration.
Yeah, you see? That is exactly like, Suna joins her on field during the stomp, which is really cool, but she is not off-field. Which means Weeping Cradle is fucking dog shit of a W engine for her with Aria. And even more if you go into Madia Mindscapes, especially if you go to like M6 or something. Suna is gonna be more on-field than off-field. Yeah, just use Kaboom.
Making it significantly worse as an option. If you don't have Suna's signature and have been running Weeping Cradle up until now, you want to switch it up to Kaboom the cannon for Aria teams. Because Aria gains 2 stomp charges each time Suna uses her second EX special, due to it opening Ether Veil, missing out on energy regeneration on Suna from her weapon here can have a significant impact. Which is a great way to talk about Suna's disk drive sets and main stats. Because Aria relies heavily on stun windows, as already teased in my Suna guide, which you can check out here. Running
check out my Suna
King
guide.
of the Summit or Shockstar Disco with impact in slot 6 is her best layout, as it allows this team to hit 3 stun windows. Frankly, hitting 3 full stun windows is extremely difficult even with this, but if you care about optimizing, this is your way of being able to do so. Make sure to allocate most...
That's also kind of important. You can hit 3 stun windows also versus Butcher and stuff without impact and King of the Summit and stuff on Suna. Just versus the new boss, it is extremely fucking difficult to get 3 stuns in the first place. It's a lot of RNG involved, a lot of very, very good gameplay which you need for that. And you kind of really want to make sure that you allocate all of your parries to Suna as much as you can. And you don't really need the impact and King of the Summit if you play versus Butcher, but I would still highly recommend that. Again, I don't know how that is with Nangong. We have no fucking information about her. I do guides for right now and not for the future.
Parries and assist follow-ups to Suna.
I cannot look into the future.
Route.
Not the
because
thing.
We are ideally running a double support composition with Yuzua and Suna upon Aria's release at least. We cannot have both Suna and Yuzua on Moonlight Lullaby.
At this point, who even has Weeping Cradle better than R5 Kaboom? Yuzua.
Instead, we want to play a 4-piece Astral Voice on Yuzua. I want to emphasize that we want Astral Voice on Yuzua and not on Suna. We will need Suna's frequent EX specials for maintaining Moonlight Lullaby, as well as refreshing Ether Veil for a maximum number of charge basic attacks, and hence a Blooms also from Aria during stun, and running Moonlight on Suna is the best way to allow for this. We will see exactly why that is
the ultimate
the
slightly too early
in the
here.
combo section in a bit.
1 days
Nearly all
percent
of
too
Aria's
early.
damage is allocated into her corruptions and blooms, and most of her damage dealt is during stun, even without Nangong Yu. Small spoiler, but Shining Aria is not a good set, and as of right now pretty significantly behind Faithon's Melody, and even up with Freaking Dawn's Bloom for that matter. Whether or not Nangong Yu will change this, I don't know yet, but we will see that upon her release. But that also means we likely want to run a 4-piece Faithon's Melody, and because this set requires us to use the EX special of another character to gain the ether damage bonus, it is super important for us to space out Suna's EX special correctly right before and during stun. And because we want frequent access to Suna's EX special, again, ER is becoming very important on Suna. This becomes also even more emphasized when taking into account that Suna opens an Ether Veil, granting Aria 4 Phantom Power, and with Aria's Chain Attack granting 4 stacks as well. Because we cannot overstack, we want to make sure to not waste any stacks. Ideally, we want to aim for 12 stomps per stun window, with 10 or ideally 11 stomps landing during stun and the last one out of stun. All of this requires careful planning and spacing of Suna's EX special, Aria's chain attacks, and also Aria's own EX specials, as well as her ultimate. And while Aria in itself is not the most difficult character to play, routing the team for maximum damage is not as braindead as many people have painted her to be. Alright, enough yapping, let's talk about her 4 relevant combos.
So, small thing here. As of right now, and you will see it later, Aria is so much worse that fucking Dawn's Bloom will give you the same score. And arguably, I have had higher scores using Dawn's Bloom than using Shining Aria. However, we don't know whether or not Nangong Yu is gonna change that, right? Is this rec going on YouTube? No.
Out of stun, we want to focus primarily on parries and preparing her stun window. I will talk more about this during the gameplay breakdown. However, we will find ourselves in situations where we can and also should simply stomp outside of stun. To generate the necessary resources for that, we have a few simple combos. Her first combo is basic 1, 2, 3, and 4 into her special. This will generate us 2 Phantom Power, or in other words, 1 charged basic attack. Because her dodge counter and quick assist lead directly into her basic.
I want to say that I fucking love this photo video kind screen that my editor cooked up here. I think that is such a cool idea with the little picture down here. Man, I love it.
3, we have also a slight variation of this, of either quick assist or dodge counter into basic 3 and 4 into her special. When the enemy suffers the corruption anomaly, we can then also spend our stacks. Because of how her signature W engine works, and to make this as independent on teammates as possible, if we have 5 Phantom Power stacks or less, we can use her EX special, then proceed to hold down basic attack and use her stomp 4 times. Please make sure that the enemy has an active corruption, as it will otherwise not trigger a bloom, and if it does not have corruption but instead has, I don't know, assault active, well, you will deal a lot less damage. Let's talk about her stun combo. Frankly, we will not require Suna for this, but Suna makes this significantly easier, and hence I will use her for this example. We require at least 1 Phantom Power stack before stun, and we want to make sure to use Suna's first EX special right before stun as well. This will apply Moonlight Lullaby, and if we don't stun using it, we can also use the quick assist to transfer the S-Full voice buff to Aria, which is honestly something I would recommend, but I didn't do it in this clip. We then open the stun window with Aria's EX special, which we immediately animation cancel with her ultimate. This EX special is optional if you have 4 or more Phantom Power stacks. This will trigger the stun window and we will cancel the chain prompt. We then hold her basic for 7 stomps in total and swap cancel the last stomp into Suna. We press Suna's second EX special right upon enter to reapply Moonlight Lullaby, open Ether Veil for 4 additional Phantom Power, and also trigger Phaeton's Melody on Aria. We then select Aria. We cancel the chain and hold basic again for another 4 stomps. We can also lastly use Aria's EX special to refresh Phaeton's Melody anomaly proficiency buff and add in another stomp. Frankly, depending on how fast you are, it is possible that
Would Nangong make Aria a better set? Well, where is it? Right now, again, there might be a difference, right? Some might have 70%, some have 60%, might have less. But ideally, given that we know that Nangong Yu is a stunner, she increases the during stun portion to 100%. Or 95%, something like this, right? If that is the case, then Shining Aria becomes better. However, and I want to preface that I don't know this, right? That is just a guess, given the current difference, as well as the fact that Phaethon's does exactly the same thing, just gives more stats. I think Phaethon's is gonna stay her best set, personally. I think it's gonna stay the best set. We will see.
the anomaly proficiency buff and add in another stomp. Frankly, depending on how fast you are, it is possible that the last one stomp will land outside stun, and that is okay. Focus on getting at the very least 10, ideally 11 charged basic attacks in during stun. Regardless of which set you run, however, this is basically near always her ideal stun rotation, as we do not have more time for more stomps. If the boss allows for it, you can precast the ultimate and have the first stomp trigger the stun, but this is extremely difficult to time right, so it is not consistent. But if you were to do this, it would allow for one more stomp during stun, which would be a total of 12. Also, if you are playing with Dawn's Bloom, it is super important to build up the anomaly using her basic attacks for the highest possible corruption and the bloom damage. Because her ultimate will basically always and instantly fully apply corruption due to its insane anomaly application, you basically need to make sure to nearly waste all of the ultimate's anomaly build up by using it shortly before corruption is triggered. This is not necessarily easy to play around, but even without taking too much care about it, Dawn's Bloom will perform just fine. Knowing her combos, let's have a look at how this looks in a real scenario.
Yippee, gameplay breakdown.
I am running 4 Pith Phases in this run, and because I don't want to miss out on the 45 anomaly proficiency the set gives me upon using an EX special, that is the very first thing I do. I make sure to not hit the boss with it, however, as I want to build as less anomaly as possible before having all the buffs up, as it would lower the first corruptions and hence also a bloom's damage. However, we need to build some anomaly at least, so I proceed to basic attack on Aria. I parry with Suna and Yuzua as needed and fill the downtime in between with Aria's basics to continue building anomaly. I then use Suna's first EX special and quick assist into Aria right before the control skill phase. This is the first Astral Voice stack. I parry 4 times as needed and make sure I end the control skill on Yuzua, which allows me to instantly cast her shortened EX special and quick assist into Suna for the second Astral Voice stack. I proceed to use Suna's second EX special, and that will refresh Moonlight Lullaby and give us the full 3 Astral Voice stacks on Aria upon using the quick assist. I use Aria's EX special to fill up the rest of the anomaly, then proceed to hold down basic for 4 stomp attacks, then use her EX.
The highest bloom I've gotten here with perfect stack uptime was 870k using Dawn's Bloom. It's actually Dawn's Bloom gave me the highest out of stun damage here. It's really funny. Just during stun, it's not really ideal.
To refresh fandom power and parry on Yuzua, Aria, and lastly again on Suna. I now use Suna's EX special and instantly swap cancel it into Aria's ultimate.
You can see that Suna is using her EX special right here during the ultimate, right?
Then cancel the chain prompt. I proceed to stomp 7 times and swap cancel the 7th stomp into Suna using her second EX special. This will retrigger the stun, refresh Moonlight Lullaby, and also provide 4 fandom stacks due to it opening Ether Veil. I select Aria, cancel the chain, and proceed with 4 more stomps. At the very end, I then can cast another EX special on Aria to refresh Phaethon's Melody, and depending on what the boss chooses to do now, I can either continue to stomp or simply parry. Because the second control skill's intermission provides 45% days.
I fucking hate this, by the way. It is kind of random when this guy teleports directly to the middle, or it feels pretty random. Arguably it isn't, but you know, it's the 2-minute mark. If he isn't stunned. If he is stunned here, he might skip it. But it's really fucking annoying, but you have like stuff like
and depending on what the
Suna ult here, right? And I want the quick assist, and you know what happens instead?
To do now, I can either continue to stomp.
He just teleports away so I don't hit, so I don't get the fucking quick assist because the heavy hit doesn't hit.
Or simply parry. Because the second control
then you have to walk up to it, but the hitbox of this AoE is dog shit.
Skills intermission provides 45% days. It is totally fine ignoring some of the parries here to instead stomp a few more times on Aria for more damage. As long as we hit around 50% days before the boss goes into intermission, we are good to go.
Yeah, that is also important. It is okay to stomp here. You don't necessarily need to parry everything. Because the second intermission, the second control skill is gonna give you 45% days approximately. So if you hit like 50% here, you're good to go.
Honestly, most of the fight plays out the same, and the only real breaking point is the third phase where the camera becomes utter dog shit and you are fighting versus the RNG of which moveset the boss decides to use. If you cannot hit the third stun with at least 20 seconds left,
You can see we're at 51% right now, right?
you are missing out on a lot of damage. Because the entire
Small note, the Chinese text here is not Chinese anymore in the live version. That is also what the pinned comment is gonna say. I actually can't show that.
third phase is basically a fight against the camera and RNGesus. This fight requires a lot of resets to score well and
You see? Now we are here. It's 45% days. And this is pretty much perfect.
unfortunately, most of these resets
What do you think Aria's free-to-play engine will be? It's literally in the video.
are late into the fight. You will find the full run at the end of the video. For now, let's talk about her weapons.
Right here!
Aria's best in slot weapon is her signature, hopefully to nobody's surprise. If you have Vivian's Flight of Fancy, it is the next best choice. It should also be mentioned that Flight of Fancy will perform worse the better your investment is, as Anomaly Proficiency is a substat obtainable stat, and Anomaly Mastery, damage bonus, and also Anomaly damage are not. But especially for lowly invested Arias, Flight of Fancy is honestly a good alternative.
So, when I did the low investment runs with 28 substats, which arguably is not even that low, I got very similar scores between Flight of Fancy and her signature. However, I do want to mention that it is pretty RNG heavy, depending on how fast you can get the third stun. So, I went lower with Flight of Fancy here than it can be, but I think this is more accurate for most people.
Otherwise, as per usual, Weeping Gemini is the next best free-to-play alternative. As a side note for the new boss, which my calculations are based upon, it does not allow you to trigger 4 corruptions in between each stun window, making Weeping a worse choice than the Battle Pass weapon. Choose whatever you have available and whatever is higher in the list.
Yes, that's also important. Weeping is gonna be better if you play, for example, versus the Butcher, right? Because you are able to just get a lot more corruptions out, and disorders and whatever else. But versus the new boss, you are just busy parrying 24/7, and you basically deal all of your damage only during stun. So you are not really getting out too many corruptions, except for like the last phase. So that just lowers Weeping's value a little bit for that boss specifically.
Battle Pass weapon. Choose whatever you have available and whatever is higher in the list. Oh boy, imagine skipping right here and this is what you see. Yes, Shining
Yippee, Dawn's Bloom, 0.06% worse than Shining Aria. Ah, I love it.
Aria is not a good set. Yes, she already deals 67% of her damage during stun without Nangongye. And yes, a 4-piece Shining Aria still loses out to not only a 4-piece Faithon's Melody, but is also basically even with a 4-piece Dawn's Bloom. It is also important my calculations assume 3 stuns, which means that Dawn's Bloom has the potential to be better than Shining Aria. Will this change when Nangongye releases? I don't know, probably and hopefully yes, but we will see. But at least as of right now, a 4-piece Faithon's Melody paired with a 2-piece Freedom Blues is her best layout, and that is by an honestly significant margin.
Yes, I do want to point that out. This is 5%, right? 5% is disgustingly large for disk drive sets. Usually you have like 2%. This is 5%. You need literally, you will see that in a second, 5 more AP substats to have the same performance with Shining Aria than with Faithon's. 5. 5 more substat rolls.
If you have great Dawn's Bloom anomaly pieces, a 4-piece Dawn's Bloom will work as well, and if you decide to run this, please make sure to handle your corruptions accordingly as explained during the combo section. Frankly, I would not recommend a 4-piece Dawns for most people, but it can perform evenly with Shining Aria even when not optimized, and it also is paired with Moonlight Lullaby, so maybe if you need to farm that, it's a possibility. Regardless, however, at least for now, use a 4-piece Faithon's Melody if you can. It is significantly better than her own set and also Dawn's Bloom, and even more so if you cannot reach 3 stun windows. At least her main stats do not bring any surprises. Anomaly Proficiency in slot 4, Ether Damage in slot 5, and Anomaly Mastery in slot 6 are her best choices. As for her substats, focus on Anomaly Proficiency and attack percent, then flat pen, and lastly flat attack.
So, again, you can see that one AP roll is basically 1%, right? You have a 5% damage difference between Shining Aria and Phaethons, as well as Dawn's Bloom and Phaethons. I mean, they're basically even anyway. So you need 5 more substat rolls. It is massive. It's actually really massive.
Attack percent becomes a better substat when not playing with Suna and User due to attack saturation, and Flat Pen is especially meaningful versus low defense bosses such as her own Chill boss.
Yes, that is also something which I think is important to mention. You can see that Flat Pen gives 0.56% and attack percent gives 0.8, right? Because Flat Pen is subtracted from the defense of the bosses. If you play versus Vesper, which is what my calculations are based upon again, Flat Pen becomes a surprisingly good substat. It is still worse than attack percent, and AP of course, but it is surprisingly, like, a lot better.
Low defense bosses such as her own Chill boss.
Well, not surprisingly, I guess.
Because I've done basically all calculations so far using a 4-piece Shining Aria in hopes that it becomes better with Nangong Yu, and I also don't want this guide to be outdated in half a month, let me provide you with some more calculations using her current best layout. Namely, a 4-piece Phaethon's Melody paired with a 2-piece Freedom Blues, Anomaly Proficiency in slot 4, Ether Damage in slot 5 and Anomaly Mastery in slot 6, 12 attack percent subs and 12 Anomaly Proficiency subs, assuming 3 stuns. Honestly, the calculations don't really change much, but anyway. These are the calculations for her signature, pause if you need to. These are the calculations if you run Flight of Fancy instead, again, pause if you need to. And lastly, if you decide to run Weeping Gemini, again, pause if you need to.
My god, this YouTuber is so good. Holy shit, look how he went out of his way to calculate so many different setups. Impressive. Big W.
Aria's Mindscapes are good, and also not that great at the same time. Her Mindscape 1 grants her additional Ether Anomaly build up from her basic special and EX, and this makes primarily Dawn's Bloom better. What a wild sentence to say for an Anomaly agent. Frankly, otherwise, this build up does not really matter. You already get 18 to 19 corruptions anyway, which basically is the entire time, so there is no time to get more. Anyway, additionally, her blooms can now crit, reaching 100% crit rate at 250 and
yeah, this is also important to mention, right? You get a 10% ignore of the Ether Anomaly build-up resistance. Versus Ether weak bosses, this does absolutely nothing. Like, quite literally, it does nothing. You already get 18 to 19 corruptions anyway, which is just way longer than you would need. 18 corruptions times 13, like at 15 corruptions, you already have full uptime, 24/7. However, if you were to play versus an Ether-resistant boss, this could become interesting. But yeah.
Anomaly Mastery, which means this Mindscape plays in tandem with her signature and is significantly worse without it. As for Mindscape 2, it grants her 16% defense threat, increased to 24% while in her Moment of Delusion ultimate state. Frankly, because the new boss has half defense, this Mindscape is surprisingly shit against it. On the other hand, it also becomes better when playing Aria, for example, versus Miasma.
I do want to point out those 28% of her M6.
Fiend. Her M3 and M5 don't matter, and her Mindscape 4 basically guarantees you 4 ultimates. But because you can get that without the M4, this Mindscape doesn't really change anything within my calcs. For most people, this will be a very small but not very significant damage gain. Her M6 is really cool and honestly pretty good as it builds upon her M2. She gains access to her ultimate faster now, and upon casting it once, Aria will not leave the Moment of Delusion state anymore and remain in it permanently. This also means her M2 now provides a permanent 24% death threat. Additionally, Aria can now obtain an additional all-out cheering stack up to once every 6 seconds, with each stack allowing for an additional stomp. Realistically, you can expect at the very least 12 and more likely around 18 to 20 stomps from this, depending on the enemy and how you play, because there honestly is not too much time left to actively use them, but with the absolute maximum being somewhere around 28/7, which you frankly will never reach. I assumed an additional 12 stomps out of stun, and that means my calculations are likely to be more on the lower side. Regardless, this is a very good Mindscape with a lot of potential to be even higher and possibly one of the best Mindscape 6s in the game.
Yeah, I want to talk a bit about that. Because I did actually play M6 Aria on CES. Versus Vesper specifically, I don't think the M6 matters much, because you just do not have time to get so many more stomps out. Maybe there is a way where you have to change your entire rotation that it does stuff. But versus like Notorious Butcher, this thing basically alone guarantees you a 1-minute kill. It is fucking disgusting of a Mindscape, the M6. Is Aria the next one? Void? I think she does Void Hunter-like damage. I think she's a tier 0 anomaly DPS, without question, and that is without Nangongyu. My personal opinion. I think she's a fucking disgusting character in terms of potential. Keep in mind that Notorious Butcher, we don't have it in-game right now, right? Yeah. So Notorious Butcher has this one effect where you want to inflict disorder to remove, like, the little buff he has. This team does not do disorders! And she's still 55 to 60k that Butcher. Easily. Without, like, you get like 3 or 4 disorders. It is arguably not a fantastic matchup for her, and she still does extremely well into it. I will not be surprised if with Nangongyu, Aria will be, well, the Aria team will be the strongest team in the game. I would not be surprised by that.
Because her Mindscape 1 depends on the anomaly mastery from her weapon, I would recommend her weapon above her M1, and a good stopping point is her M1 honestly. Primarily because Death Shred does surprisingly not do too much versus the recent bosses, given their defense being halved, and this seems to be a trend going forward. Frankly, Aria is the more or less first non-disorder anomaly DPS who wants all the field time she can get, especially during stun, and the difference between a solo carry Aria team and any other team is significant. Yes, you can clear using another team that is not Aria, Sona and Yuzua, obviously, but do not expect the greatest performance if you care about very high scores. The two teams that come by far the closest to a premium team are with Lycaon or Dialyn, with Dialyn being better than Lycaon versus her own boss due to the 40% ice resistance. Both teams play well and can also perform just good enough, but you will notice the lack of either Sona or Yuzua. I also want to give a special shout out to Trigger, who does not get her additional ability in this team, but anomaly proficiency Trigger can yet again do somewhat well. A Trigger team does better versus Miasmic Fiend than her own boss, mainly due to Trigger's signature defense shred being simply better if the enemy has actually defense. If you are lacking either of Sona or Yuzua and you like Vivian, she can take either of their spot, but frankly, this team is just quite a bit behind Nadia Hypercarry team, and Vivian's additional blooms do not make up for this.
I do want to say, while the team performs fine, I fucking hate this team. I think it plays so badly. Just personal opinion, right? It performs fine. I just really don't like the gameplay of this team. Stronger than Miyabi and Nangong? I don't know. I don't do dreams. Because they don't matter. Dreams don't matter. At all. Like 0. Until the unit is available for testing, officially, nothing is finished. Anything is subject to change. And frankly, looking at like Manato back then, the people who test these, outside of like a very few, are also frankly not very good at testing them. Again, there are exceptions like Leafa, right? Leafa knows exactly what she is doing, but most people don't. So, no dreams. We don't do that here.
Definitely one of the better teams as of Aria's release, however, mainly due to how the Anomaly Shield buff and Deadly Assault works. You better play either Anomaly or you don't play any Anomaly at all. Yanagi or any other Anomaly unit for that matter can take the spot in the last slot as well, and yes, again, it can clear, but there is a significant difference in power level, and I would much rather recommend a solo Aria carry team. Lastly, if you don't have Sona, Zhao can take her spot, and while Sona is just a lot better,
Fitz.
I did
Hello.
want to mention this possibility due to Zhao's access to Ether Veil. This is probably also a good spot to talk about Sona as long as she is still on banner right now. If you plan on playing Aria, I would highly recommend getting Suna, as the difference between having all the idols versus not having them is honestly pretty big, and it should not be underestimated.
I didn't test
15
Astra.
to 20k score difference for me is not that much of a biggie, as going from 60k
I tested Bernice. I tested Bernice lighter, and it was fucking dog shit.
to 40k is still a clear, but if you are a player who sometimes struggles to hit 20k in Deadly Assault, you might not be happy with Aria's performance otherwise. Pros and cons. As
Yippee.
just established, Aria's performance depends heavily on her team, and there is a significant difference between having Suna and Yuzua and not having them. At least for now, that is. Aria's investment in terms of skill levels is very cheap, and it is likely you already have a great 4-piece Faithon's Melody on your account. On the other hand, if you pre-farm Shining Aria, well, let's hope that it does get better
Rage.
with Nocto's release.
Rage for all the pre-farmers.
Significant damage and is a pretty simple to play agent at a baseline, but also has quite some depth to her that exceeds hold left click when optimizing her routing. Or in other words, her skill floor is low and her ceiling, I wouldn't say high, maybe somewhere in the middle to higher end. Lots of room for optimization is what I mean. Aria does not need her signature weapon and has a good alternative in Flight of Fancy, but if you skip Vivian's signature, understandably, her weapon is pretty good and I probably would recommend getting it regardless, even if she does not need it. Lastly, her mindscapes are, well, her M6 is fantastic. Her M1 and M2 are okay, and especially the M2 does not really shine versus recent bosses due to their reduced defense, however. And that is all I have to say about Aria. And that means with that...
Yippee, actually that is not all I have to say about Aria, but I wanted to keep the guide a bit shorter. How about Nicole? I mean, depends, like Nicole is good, right? But this, like, depends on which boss you play against, and you also have to be good at playing Nicole. So if you're good at that, sure, works. But I'm not good at Nicole, and also the new boss has like half defense, so Nicole uses inherently value.
That we are at the end of the video.
Better with M2
Thank
though.
you so much for
And
watching.
M6 of course.
Don't forget to like and subscribe. Leave me a comment on whether or not you are getting Aria, and also maybe let me know if you are surprised that she might not be as easy as you thought. And of course, join the Discord. A special thanks to all of my YouTube and Patreon members who make this content possible.
We have all the YouTube members now on here. Woohoo! Oh my god, look at that. We have all of the YouTube members now on here. Look, Scooter Luna is here, and here. The number one chill. Scooter Luna is like just doing it twice. Super Marvel as well. A Link as well. Actually, wait, did I think he just actually copy-pasted the Patreon. Wait, I actually think my editor copy-pasted my Patreon members over to the YouTube members. Oops. I took this like 2 weeks ago, the screenshot of the YouTube members. I'm not sure. If you have subscribed and like, damn, you need to become a member now. I haven't let my editor know that he probably should remove that, but I mean, it doesn't matter, right? But yeah, I took this like 2 weeks ago. I don't remember exactly when it was. Oh, look, Sayatri is even here. Insane.
Thank you so much for your support. If you wish to...
Don't worry, you will appear in the future videos. We're gonna keep doing that. But I usually take my screenshots from these like a lot ago, right? The Aria guide was finished nearly 2 weeks ago. February 16th is when I finished the Aria guide.
Support me, you will find a link to my Patreon in the description, or simply click the join button right below this video. And as always, I appreciate all of you and wish you a great day.
I
Enjoy
do
the
appreciate
showcase.
all of
Peace.
you. Yippee showcase. So, going for the parry here, right? Building a little bit of anomaly, a little bit of daze. Use the EX on Suna for the first S-full voice stack. Then we go into the parry. Now we go in here, second S-full voice stack, and Suna EX number 2 for 3 S-full voice stacks, EX to be able to transition. Right, we go for the 700k blooms. Actually, there was one mistake. After the basic 4... Oh, look at that Scooter living up to her name. Welcome, thank you so much, Scooter. There was in the beginning here, where I did her basic 4. That was a mistake, arguably, right? Was somewhere here. Yeah, exactly after this I should have pressed her special, so that I can get a second stack up here, right? But, I didn't, so... Thank God my console got stolen, so I won't be able to pull her... Okay, that is just so fucking sad, man. I don't wanna laugh, but that's just so sad. It's also kinda funny, but... Bro... Honestly, it is... It is actually... How do I phrase this? The way of how you phrased it is funny, if that makes sense. Not the matter that it happened. I could have gotten one more stomp here if I did the special in the beginning, which I didn't. Do the parries. Go into... So, this, arguably here, I should have not parried once. Instead, I should have done a dodge counter. So that I don't stun directly here. That would allow me to transfer Astral Voice back to Aria and refresh it, rather than swap cancelling it here directly, right? Then we trigger the stun with her ultimate, cancel the stun, and then we hold left click. For stomps, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ideally, if you do this right, you would have had 7 stomps here, so that was a mistake, but it's fine. We swap cancel the last stomp into Sona directly. Use just, like, retrigger this. This also opens the Ether Veil, so we get 4 more stacks. Then we do the chain, another stack, so we are back at like 8 stacks, and then we do another 4 stomps. So now those are 10 stomps. If I did it right, I would have 11 stomps, right? That would be ideal. 11 stomps would have been a much higher score. Yeah, I get fucking cockballed here. Anti-art by the new boss. We just ignore some parries here because we can. Just do some more stomps. 1, 2, 3. Also important, the first stomp didn't trigger a bloom because I didn't have corruption active, right? And you can see, that is the reason why Dawn's Bloom is really good. Right? Look how much anomaly her stomps are gonna apply. And keep in mind, her stomps are basic attacks, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 stomps are 1 anomaly proc. And because you're gonna stomp 11 times, you can have actually a really good uptime on Dawn's Bloom. You need to play around her chain and especially her ultimate though. I think I can show that in a bit. So, I'm gonna make sure, this is if you play with Dawn's Bloom, right? We want to build this anomaly here right before the control skill, using basic attacks. Right? And if you play Dawn's Bloom, you want to make sure that you do not proc this anomaly. Don't proc this anomaly, but keep it at like 99%, right? You want, because you're gonna open the stun window with her ultimate, and you basically want to waste all of the anomaly build up. Because the anomaly, like, we will see in a second, right? How much anomaly her ultimate applies. What will happen with those who found really good pieces for Shining Aria? Do you have 5 more rolls on Shining Aria? Then it is even up with Phaethons. You need 6 rolls for it to be better. 6 more substats. AP substats, right? 6 more AP substats. So, we go into stun now, right? And I want you to look at the anomaly bar for corruption, right? Look at how much her ultimate does. It was empty. It instantly fills it up. 1 ultimate is instantly gonna guarantee you a corruption at any time. That is how much anomaly it applies. if you play Dawn's Bloom, this is gonna fuck you over. You need to make sure that all of her ultimates anomaly application is completely wasted if you play Dawn's Bloom. Otherwise, you're gonna fuck yourself. And you know, look at the anomaly now from the stomps, right? That is what Dawn's Bloom would apply to her stomps. 5 stomps are gonna give you corruption. Four more stomps. This was a really good stun winner, right? I still have time left. I have energy. I can do one more EX into one more stomp. And now comes the third phase. And this is really fucking RNG heavy. You want to make sure that you hit basically every single parry and space your ultimates when the boss doesn't do anything, which is really difficult. You also have to fight versus the RNG. Right? So parry here. You see how the camera turns away from the boss. And that is really annoying because sometimes the boss is now just off field, as you will see in just a bit. The boss is just off field and you don't see the parries because your camera is forced towards this AoE attack. Yeah, like, look, where's the boss? I can tell you it's behind me, so I have to fucking guess. I have to guess when the parry comes, and I miss it because I cannot see it. So, we go for some more stomps here. Aria stomps build actually a good amount of days, by the way. Parry these, very important. And when he does this, he is now gonna do three attacks right behind, right? Three attacks in a, well, charged attacks in a row. When he does that, it's a chain attack. Even though you have an indicator of a parry, do not press spacebar. If you press spacebar, you're gonna miss the parries. You just don't do anything. You literally are AFK on field, right? 1, 2, right? These chain attacks here. This is number 1. This one you parry. This one you don't parry. It happens automatically. These 2 attacks are parried automatically. Does her gameplay has visual clutter? I mean, I do use... Oh yeah, I should mention that. For this team, use Lucky Boo. Right? Without Lucky Boo, this might be a bit difficult. Yes, I will be doing an updated guide for user. Actually, it's already done. I have to upload it though. So, and now this is... You will see... that you will see that her... We are not gonna get the full third stun window, right? This was really good RNG, by the way. It also wasn't that badly played. I missed like 2 parries, I think. Now 1 parry. But we are not gonna get 3 full stun windows. It is really fucking RNG heavy. Also, look at the score. We had 47k, right? We have 20 seconds left. 47k. Look at how important the stun windows are. Look at the fucking score skyrocketing. I actually do double chains here because I don't have enough resources on Sona, right? It's not ideal, but I really don't have enough. Look at that score. And the last stomp for the 60k. Yeah. Thank you everybody for watching if you did. So actually how does it look like? What are the views right now? 1.3k? That's not bad. I mean that's public views. Here look, I'm looking at my own, liking my own videos. Insane.
Manche von uns picken.
Yeah. Fuck that. What are the actual views? 2k. Not too bad, but also it's not great. You compare that with like Sona. Aria gameplay is just stomping on the enemy. That's literally what I said she is not about. 100% like ratio in fucking insane. Actually, I think I don't have the A/B test yet, right? Yeah. Let's see which A/B test wins. Which A/B test does the best? Unreal at Midnight? Yeah, sure. But if you compare that to other videos, right? They always release at the same time. Let's be real. It is basically always the same time. It is always 5 a.m. my time. It is always basically on a Friday. There have been like 2 exceptions for that. We are never allowed to talk about it because arguably it could change, right? So it makes sense. But it basically is, the embargo is basically very consistent. There are exceptions, sure. That is why we are not allowed to talk about it, and that makes sense. But still, usually you can expect it around a specific time. But yeah, look, like Lycon was at 2.7k, Sona was at 3.4k at this time. This is very underperforming right now in comparison. We will see how it does in total, right? But also, I don't have, like, if I would change my title for she is the best, she's broken as shit, the best Void Hunter level like character to ever be released. You know. Have Vivian sick, but still want Aria sick? I don't think it's a bad idea. I think a sick is good. So let's see if we can answer a comment or two.
If you
Because we are watching through the live, yeah, what are you doing here? Go watch. I'm a blooming, same. Soul Rock first time. Been farming Shani, yeah, my condolences. Wait, you can't see it. All those disk drives I have saved for her, I mean, I would wait with that as well. I honestly don't think so. I don't think that Shining Aria is gonna be Biz. 5% difference is too big. But yeah. Just Matrix. Yo, this guy is literally under every single fucking video within the minute of release. I don't get it. It doesn't matter whether it's literally any kind of video or post from Zenless Zone Zero or Kete or whatever. It doesn't matter which content creator you look at. This guy has a post under every single video within a minute of a release. I'm actually, if they weren't a fucking member, I would have thought they are a bot because of how fast they are. I think they do nothing else but just Google for Zenless Zone Zero and refresh 24/7. They are not. I wouldn't overglaze RDM6. She prioritized stun wins. You already easily reach the max of a bloom she can get per stun. Getting additional blooms out of stun won't change much. It does change quite a lot. And that is literally what I did. Right? I went for 12, which is literally what I got in-game. Right? I went in-game and tested her M6 and I got 12 more stomps. So that is literally what I got. And 12 more stomps are already 27%, especially also because of the additional 8% death threat you now have basically always. It just is that good. I don't even farm Phaethon's Melody. Triple sound, triple stereo. Damn, Romanoid, here you are. EX special. Oh, god damn. I have Sono, but I don't know I wanna get Nangwang, or does I really need now? I don't fucking know, man. Why do people ask me? As well, and there's only been a single character change right before the debut in second half. Yeah, that was Orphe. My feeling. Yo, Ferris, did you even watch? Maybe I have not. Maybe it's on me. Maybe I didn't articulate myself enough that it's not just hold left click. I mean, arguably you can apply that to every character, but you also can just say that every character is hold left click because they are, except for like 2 characters in this game. Sambi is arguably press left click. Your comment ain't showing up. I mean, it depends on when, right? Takes some time until it shows up. When does Aria come out in NA? It should be Wednesday or something. Not sure. You have a question. You said 2-piece King Summit on Sona for Aria team. What's the reasoning for that? Does it affect the Stomp? I mean, no. The only reason is that you can get 3 stuns because more days. It's just more days. Also, this, by the way, should be 1.5. It's a mistake to write 2.5. Like, I don't know. Let's say you have 100 days, right? If you use King of the Summit, it is times 1.06. And then you have 1.18 for impact, right? This is with COTS and impact slot 6. And if you would deal 100 days and you would just run Shockstar Disco, this would be 0.124, right? If you mask this out, 100 times 0.06 times 1.18 is 125, 125.08. And whoop, this one is 124. That is, like, there's not a big difference, right? There's not a big difference. But arguably, King of the Summit is just slightly better. It's not a lot, right? How would you describe Aria AOD gameplay visual clutter? I think it's very nice. I like it. I mean, to be fair, I wasn't really a big Aria fan before. But after playing her, I really got to like her. I think it's nice. What's better for Sona's Disc 6, Impact or ER? Again, it depends on, you know, this is for Aria specifically. For Aria specifically, right? If you don't play an Aria team, it doesn't matter. And also likely, you know, subject to change with you. So the Neon Cats aren't intrusive. I personally think it's good. I cannot, like, I don't even notice them, to be honest. It's the end of the stream. I mean, not yet, but I probably should actually. I still have to clean up a little bit. I probably should catch an hour of sleep or something before my friends come. Just gonna linger around for a short while. And do dailies here. Last weekend I forgot to do dailies. It was so bad. But yeah, I'm gonna hang around for like 15 more minutes or something. Going to answer some Aria questions if you have some. If you have watched the video with me on stream, thank you for joining. Please make sure to leave a like and a comment on the original video. Watch it! Yo, Gib, hello. Yo, Gib, what has been your Aria scores on CS? What have been your Aria scores? Oh my god, it is red! It is dog shit! Look at that, we get 3-0. Other than the stomach itself, Sammy's damage number clutter is fixed now. No, we want more numbers. More numbers, bigger numbers. Okay, Ben time. Whenever I see red, UTP to Howl. Isn't it the same now? I think they fixed that, no? I'm only making a short. I was out of town last week. I barely played. Oh, okay. Fair enough. What's looking like? Wait, what is what are some other creator scores? So wait, we have Canna. Let's also look at April. April surely also has some stuff, right? I think Lin gave up. We have different teams here on April's run. So what do we have here? What is this one? Oh, that is is it Vesper? It's Vesper. No. Wait, I got a higher score. I got a higher score than April. Oh my god, I'm a fucking god. Holy shit, I think this is the first time that I get a higher score than April. Wait, I think this is the first time that I get a higher score than April. The fuck? Holy shit. I want to see what he, she, I'm not sure. What they have to say. I know what Kenna has to say, so. Willing to give up on Adia's Avenger and aim for Yuzua rerun. So, wait, it's only 12 minutes? What? Where are your DA scores? Here. Team results. Oh, you made that so much better. Thank God. This is versus which boss? Oh, that's actually a good idea. I might steal this. I think I'm gonna hit up Kenna and ask if I can steal this. That's actually a nice idea. The only thing is I don't do so many teams testings, right? No Mindscape signature. Butcher. Okay, this was a Butcher. Wait, what did they? Aria Yuzua. 47k. That looks about fine and right. Yes, yes. Here also with Lycon, right? 41k. Dialan 40k. That looks all basically the same results I've had here. With Dialan 43k. Trigger 43k. Yeah, that matches basically the results I have had. I mean, not in terms of score, but in terms of not in terms of score, but in terms of power level, right? Like her best team is Suna Yuzua by a long shot. And you have stuff like Lycon with Yuzua or Suna with Yuzua, Suna with Lycon, Trigger, Dialan, you know, all worse than that. Specifically also versus the new boss, by the way, which is also because of the resistances a little bit. But yeah, it's like the closest you have. That looks about right. I didn't test Astra specifically. I think Astra is probably fine, but you might be missing a lot of days. That is why the DA score is just fucking dog shit in comparison. Right, Yuzua does much more days. And it shouldn't be underestimated. I don't think you get 3 stunts with this team. This one is fine. It's actually interesting that he had a higher score with Yuzua than Suna here. I had the opposite. I had a higher score with Suna. Would Astra be fine even if I don't use Yuzua? I mean, get Yuzua. If there's one agent I would recommend pulling on every account, it's fucking Yuzua. That Miyabi team, it just has anti-synergy. There's like no synergy in this team. Both Miyabi and Aria want 100% of the stun window. How about Nicole? I mean, Nicole is okay, but it's just so much harder to play. But Liv? Oh, if a result. There. So, what, readjusted once Nangongyo becomes available. Yes. So what do we have here? With Zhao, 50k. I didn't try this team enough. I think I was at like 47k. I did like literally one run with this team because I needed it. 48k here. That seems about right. Yeah, that matches basically my results, right? Looks about right. Jane. The free-to-play team with Lucy. I mean, that's fair, actually. To be honest, I would not advertise for this. I would actually just say, you know, get fucking Yuzua. I would recommend Yuzua over Aria or anybody. 40k here, that matches. 41k here. Yeah, that's also basically what I meant, right? The difference between running Vivian or Yanagi or something doesn't really matter too much. But Vivian does not elevate the team. Even though the buff says like a bloom damage and you get like a lot of blooms, it doesn't really do too much. I would also argue this is the best team for overall efficiency. I would agree with this. If you don't have Yuzua, or if you're missing either Yuzua or Sona, this is probably the team I would recommend for Aria. This is probably the team I would recommend for Aria. How do you think Aria would do against Butcher? I mean, I got 57k, so good. On my highest run, my lowest run was like 51k, and my highest was 57k. To be fair, that was after the video, but does really well, and the fact that Butcher is not even her best matchup because of the disorder condition in the stage mechanic. Well, yo, GameCube, hello. But yeah, that's fucking insane. I have to hit up Lin somewhen. But yeah, what I learned the most, Sona Impact build 3 stuns, exactly right. What I learned the most is learning how to play Aria's team rotation is so fucking important. Wait, let me see if I still have stuff, or if I deleted it. I think I deleted it, but I mean, there's still a little bit, right? You know, that was when I began. I started off with 43k, and then I learned how to play her gradually, and my scores got all the way better up to 60k. If you just think she is hold left click, you are gonna end up here. I'm gonna tell you that. There's a big difference between 40 and 60k. Like, a really big difference. Now I'm really wondering if I should go for Sona Aria or for M1 and M2 Yuzua. I would always recommend to invest horizontally over vertically. I don't think any Mindscape in this game is necessarily worth it unless you really like the character. But if you care about having a strong account that can clear most content, I think it is much, much better to invest horizontally. Especially because I only care about getting the 20k and S+, but then you don't need Mindscapes. If you only care about getting 20k, just go and invest horizontally. Unless you want to play some... That was something I actually talked about, talked to Goba. No, the fuck! I actually talked to Goba yesterday about this. I was watching the Sparksy guide. And I was like, what the fuck are those Eidolon numbers? I'm just used to get like 60 to 90% damage gains maximum from M0 to M6, and then Sparksy 210% on the M6. That is so fucking wild to me. How much damage you get in HSR from spending money. It is so fucking disgusting. Go by the ZZZ, he did. Only 210%. I mean, what do you mean by only? Yeah, you know, I'm very happy that the Mindscapes in this game are not like that. They are already very good. That isn't even that high, that is very high. The last time I looked at Mindscape increases was Fei Zhao. Well, Eidolons. That was the last time that I actually looked at how much damage you gain from a Mindscape Eidolon. How likely is it that Aria is releasing with no balance changes? Very likely. He's already in the game anyway on live servers. She's too strong right now, and Nangong isn't even out yet. I would agree with that she's too strong. I would agree with that, but I don't think she's gonna get changed. They want to sell the idols, right? And it's also somewhat likely that Nangong Yu is gonna be restricted to her team. Final 6 is 561%. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Isn't Nangong... No, it's about Aria, not about Nangong Yu. Right. I'm not talking about how valuable Nangong Yu is. I'm talking about how valuable Aria is. And there needs to be a reason for you to pull Aria if Aria is not gonna work outside of idle teams. So they just make her extraordinarily strong, I suppose. Yippee, I'm a goat. Will you pull for Aria? Yes, I'm even gonna get her skin. I really like the skin. I think the skin looks awesome. Yeah, actually the interaction on this is really low. I wonder if I should change title and thumbnail. Not performing too well. What type of investor are you? Vertical or horizontal? Does that answer it for you? I hope that answers your question. It's normal, the new unit on release is strong, then we lose all the shield buffs, then her number balances out. Yes and no. I think Aria is really fucking good, regardless of the buff. The buff is catered towards her, but it is not just her. Do you have any M6? I mean, it's Eve and Bernice. Bernice is M6 and Eve is M6. Wherever Eve is. Yeah. But otherwise, I stick to M0 or M1 most of the time. Very rarely M2. Like Dylan, right? Really, really good. I got her M1. I didn't even go for M2. Bernice your favorite, basically? Basically, yes. Wait. Hi, it's me. Yeah. So, where's the model here? I love Bernice. But my Bernice is a crit news, right? How does Fusion Compiler compare with Lip Gloss and her Shell Boss? I mean, it's in my video. Wait, you said your avatar was a placeholder. Who are you going to use? I'm getting my full real model done. That will still take a while. A real model, not like this, right? You know, I hired a good artist for that. I think the biggest con for Aria... Actually, I don't really think it's necessarily a con. The biggest con for Aria is how stun reliant she is. And if there's one thing about Chio defense specifically, is that you basically want to use everything before the enemy even becomes stunned. Most of the time, right? And the enemies that become stunned very quickly are usually the ones which... The enemies that become stunned very, very quickly are usually the ones like Yugo, you know, Miasma Yugo, who... Or no, Shadow Yugo, sorry. Who only have like a 7-second stun window. But yeah, that is why I think that Aria is not really great for Shio defense unless they bring a very specific boss that stuns themselves. Enters the stage is stunned, right? That would be really good for her, but otherwise, I don't know. That would be actually really interesting, like a boss that cannot be stunned. Like the boss enters the fight while being stunned for like 15 seconds, and then it cannot be stunned anymore. So you only have one stun window in the beginning. That would actually be kind of interesting for Shio, I think. Like, that would actually be kind of interesting with the way of how Shio works. Because you would need to make sure to not waste everything on the first 1 or 2 waves to get all of your resources to then make use of this one singular stun window. I think that could be actually interesting for that kind of game mode. But otherwise, Shio is just dogshit right now. Got a question as well, how do you get all those numbers calculations and so large guides? Okay, why is G? To be fair, YSG's problem is literally just that her fucking kit is, right? YSG's problem is for 29 pages. But YSG's problem is that her entire basics have more words in her kit than the entirety of, you know, Nekomata. How would a team of Aria, Lyca, and Zhao perform? Will be fine. How is Aria with stages that have mobs if she is stun heavy? Yeah, that is like the main problem with Aria, I think. But I personally just do not care about Shio defense. I just do not care about that game mode, especially not after the chain. I didn't care about it before, but now my interest is even less. Shio defense for me is a dogshit game mode, and I just really do not care about it. Even if I would be able to only like get 20k, I would not mind it, because I don't think it is fun, I don't think it's a good game mode, I think it goes against everything that Zenless should promote, which is gameplay. So I don't care about Shio. I do Deadly Assault content, and that's it. I will mention Shio because people expect me to mention it, right? But I just do not like it. The new Shio is so out of place, it's just not fitting with how you should be playing. I mean, I don't agree with that. I think you need to be a little bit more specific on it. Because saying, hey, you should be playing like Deadly Assault, I think is wrong. It's not, you know, Deadly Assault also requires a very specific way of how you should be playing, but that is Deadly Assault specific. And I think it is fine that Shio Defense says, hey, try something different here. Try a little bit of a different gameplay. I think that is okay. However, it is not the okay with what happened with that, right? Because right now the gameplay is, if something is available, press it. As soon as possible. You don't need, or they don't want you to think about something. They don't want you to think about how to use something. And I think that is why I meant, you know, imagine in Shio Defense, you have 3 waves, and the third wave, the boss enters the stage already stunned. The moment the boss spawns, they are stunned. And they are stunned for 15 seconds. However, they cannot be stunned anymore afterwards. You have exactly 1 stun window when they spawn. I think that would be interesting, because now you have the first 2 stages, the first 2 waves, where you have to use your characters in a way to build the resources to make the most out of this one single stun window. And I think that is fine, because it still promotes the basic idea of this kind of gameplay. Right? Where you want to make use of stun windows, you want to accumulate resources, and you want to manage resources. I think that would be fine. I think that would be actually a really cool idea and be different from Deadly Assault in a way. But it doesn't go against literally press whatever. Wouldn't that just kill stunners? But that is okay. You can still use stunner, like, yes, it would kill stunners for the third one, right? But it would not kill stunners for the first 2 waves. Because, let's say, you know, you want to have enough decibels. How do you get decibels? Either by parrying or by stunning an enemy and using chain attacks. So you have multiple ways of gaining those decibels. And I think that is fine. Right? You could play double support, maybe, for like the most damage, but maybe a specific team requires a stunner for you to get enough decibels. To be able to, you know, make use of this one stunned enemy in the end. And I think that is cool. Oh yeah, also true, you know, some maybe increased duration and multiplayer as well. Good point as well. But my main problem with Shio is not that it plays differently. My problem is that it plays against the basis of Zenless Zone Zero, which is resource management. The entirety of Zenless Zone Zero can be dumped down to resource management. If they were to add permanent third cycle endgame on, what kind of one would you want? It's difficult because I'm very heavily biased towards Deadly Assault. I think Deadly Assault is the best game mode out of any gacha game. Well, 3D action combat gacha game, right? Why did they even change it to begin with? Well, to force people to pull more. Very simple. You know, can't change your discs anymore. And Shiyu, you know, Deadly Assault, while being an endgame mode, is arguably more of a fun mode because it gives like 0 polychromes. You get like 300, right? Shiyu defense gives 900 or something. You get a lot of polychromes from this, right? So getting the S grade here is, it's 160. This is 150. This is 150. This is 120. And this is 120. So comparatively, this gives you a 5 pulls every 2 weeks. And while I think that the change was really bad, from a business perspective, it probably makes sense. And if I were to do a business, I probably would do the same because it makes sense. You are a fucking company. Your fucking goal is to earn money, right? That is what a company is about. Like, if you look at German law, the German law, for example, specifies if your intention is to earn money, you have to register a company. It doesn't even matter if you earn money, it only matters that your intention is to earn money. And the moment where you basically want to do any business, your intention is always gonna be to earn money. That is literally the definition of it, right? So from a company perspective, even if it is bad for the players, even if the players hate it, even if I personally don't agree with it, from a business perspective, it makes total sense to do that. European law is supposed to make sense? No. European law does not make sense, man. Better improvement for YSG team, Dylan or Sona? Dylan. But to be fair, yeah, Dylan. Also because Dylan can be used in other teams. Yo, Azerlight, hello, hello. I really would like the idea of a game mode similar to Imaginarium Theater. I like the base idea of theater in Genshin. Because, as you said, you know, it promotes some weird teams. But I don't think it would translate well into Zenless. The main reason why it doesn't translate... Okay, does anybody know why it doesn't translate well? Does anybody know that? What I'm about to say? Why would theater not translate well into Zenless? There's not enough characters? Sure, that's a thing. Elements? No. None of that matters. None of that matters. The additional ability. You cannot just slam every character together. And some characters don't care about them. And some characters don't care about them. Right? So for some characters, it would be totally fine, but some characters are quite literally unusable. And because of the RNG randomness nature of Imaginarium Theater, I don't think that is a good idea. I don't think that would translate well into Sunless. The teams are pretty restrictive, yes. To be fair, I don't like the idea of additional abilities. I think additional abilities have been an arbitrary restriction from the very beginning. And they still are, and they're becoming more restrictive. See Sona. And the moment, like the only way of how they could play around the RNG-ish nature to make sure that you can always play a usable team, they have two ways around that. Either the game mode is so fucking dogshit easy that you can clear with basically any single fucking team whatsoever, or they give you so many RNG characters that you can basically build just whatever you want anyway, right? And both of that goes against Imaginarium Theater's idea. That is why I don't think it would translate well into ZZZ. Kinda hating how restrictive the teams are getting. I mean, I don't think they are more restrictive than before that. I don't think they are more restrictive than before. It's honestly fine. They've always been restrictive. So, wait, how long has the guide been out? 1.5 hours. Yeah, man, it underperforms quite a bit. Do people not like Aria, or is my title bad? Damn, +1 sub, insane. Welcome new sub. Welcome new subscriber. Isn't the Etherval support mechanic restrictive by design? I mean, any mechanic is restrictive by design. That is the purpose of mechanics. You can make that argument for everything. Isn't the element restrictive by design? Isn't the class restrictive by design? Aren't the sets restrictive by design? Aren't the weapons restrictive by design? Aren't the skills restrictive by design? You can literally make that for literally every single mechanic in the game. Aren't anomalies restrictive by design? I'm gonna watch the video later. You're live, maybe that's why. Also, no, don't go offline. I'm gonna go offline soon anyway. I still have to clean up a little bit before my friends come. And I want to catch like 2 hours of sleep because I have to change my fucking sleep rhythm again. Yizhan's addition is basically her base kit because you have to go out of your way to not have it active. Yeah, and the same for Aria, right? Aria support or stun, cool. It's base kit. Like, it's base kit. So, chat, do you see this? Build her right. Build her right, don't build her wrong. Aria is insane. She is not just hold left click. She is a monster, Void Hunter level damage. And that is what you watch the most. You know, guys, if you give me literally 6% better results on this one than this one, right? Why would I not be more clickbaity if that is what you guys prefer? Right? So we're going with the Void Hunter damage. She now is a monster. And she is gonna do Void Hunter level damage. You can't choose the thumbnail? True. That is why it's random. I also don't like how the thumbnail works, to be honest. Because one problem the thumbnail has... Oh! 4 subs! Yippee! One problem the thumbnail has is, as you see, it doesn't check click-through rate. It doesn't check for click-through rate. It checks the watch time share. which is kind of dumb, to be honest, because it doesn't tell you about the thumbnail, it tells you about whether or not your video matches your thumbnail. It's a different metric. But nonetheless, you know, it is better to choose this one because it just gives me higher views on average. 3.9k. Maybe it catches up, we will see. Go watch the video if you haven't yet. Oh yeah, there's something else I have to test. I'm gonna be making a second channel for stream cuts and account reviews. I will not use the primary channel because, well, it's arguably bad for me to upload my account reviews on my prime channel. It's really fucking dumb. I hate it, but it is what it is. I wanna watch the video regardless, and whatever the fuck thumbnail is, I will click on it, hell yeah. For the VODs, it's not VODs, it's gonna be edited account reviews, right? So maybe also some funny clips or something. But I have to upload it on a second channel because arguably the account reviews don't get as many views. And the sponsor money is literally, if you get a sponsor, they are gonna look at the average views over the last 28 days. The problem is if I upload videos that, you know, just perform worse inherently, even if I would like to make more videos, it would lower not only the amount of requests I get from sponsors, but also how much they pay me. And that is a really bad idea after I quit my full-time job. But I do want to provide that content, right? It's not that I don't want to do it, I just have to do it on a different channel. Because otherwise I would fuck over myself quite literally. It is really fucking sad, but it is what it is. And I'm actually not the only creator. There are other creators out there. I yesterday talked with another creator about that. And they were also like, I really would like to make more content, but I kinda cannot do it because I know that the views wouldn't be as good. And I need to sustain myself. I need to live from some money, from something, right? And it would destroy, like, it would completely fuck over the sponsors. So in the second channel, there will be VODs, but with a round of editing. Not just VODs, like, I'm gonna hire a second editor. And that editor is gonna take basically account reviews from the stream and just upload them there. Gonna be basically fully managed by that second editor, at least that is what I hope to. I will give them like 80% ad revenue share or something. Whatever they can do. And then they can decide for themselves how much they want to work on it or not. One channel, I'm surprised YouTube, that's not a YouTube issue, that's a sponsor issue. Or a channel theme issue. One channel does a great job at that. Videos, you know who I mean. But one channel does a great job at that. You mean for bots? I don't know. Just talk about the name. I don't mind mentioning other creators. I only don't mention the name of a creator if I think that it would intrude into their privacy. Right? That's why I say like, oh, this one creator also has this problem, but I don't know if I want that to be public knowledge, so I don't mention their name. What the difference between a VOD and a stream video? A VOD is basically unedited 2.5 hours upload. And this will be like Pete videos, if that makes sense, right? Upload like 30 minutes, but a little bit cuck. I mean the review content? Do we mean... sorry. Just speak fucking names, man. I really don't care. Like, I really don't care. Just name creators. It's fine. Yo, Rich. Hello, hello. You can also include from those stream when you go into a specific rant about content anyone. Yeah, for example, right? But, you know, my channel is a guide channel, right? I do guides. And why do people watch me? Because they want to know something. They want to learn something. I am not a review channel. And it depends on what you build your content upon, right? So, for example, Kete, right? If we take Kete as an example, a lot of Kete's videos are reviews. And that is fine, and they do well for him, right? For me, this would completely destroy my metrics. These numbers would destroy my metrics. He makes good money of it, right? He gets a lot of views from that, and that is good. But the average view count is what matters. It doesn't matter how many videos you do, it only matters how much views do you get on average per video. That's like one big difference, right? That's like one big difference. You can if you only make one video a month, but that video gets 500,000 views, you have an average view count of 500,000, and sponsors will pay you as if you get 500,000 views on every single video. If you make 10 videos and every single video gets 50,000 views, then you also have 500,000 views in the end, but sponsors are only gonna pay you for 50,000 views. Because that is what this one video is gonna be, right? Either your PC is trash or Risk PC is really good. I mean, both can be true. I do have a good PC. But that is why I literally, if I would upload an account review and that account review gets 20,000 views, that is bad. As dumb as it sounds, right? I want to do that. I don't even care if it gets views or not. I just want the information to be out there, but I cannot do it because, on my main channel at least, because it would destroy my views. That would mean that you don't want many vids because lower video count means lower risk of low view count. No, it means that you want to make sure that the content you are doing is gonna be watched by a lot of people, right? Be it your subscribers or other new people, it doesn't matter. But people don't come to my channel for account reviews. And you can see that. I uploaded like 2 account reviews, right? Or 3. We go to my content. When was the last time I uploaded an account review? It was a time ago, because I wanted to test it right here. 5,000 views on this one, 5,000 views on this one. Like, this completely destroys my metrics. Like, actually, completely destroys my metrics. Right, if you take the videos, especially December, you know, some videos like this one, for example, was sponsored, right? But on average, I have somewhere between 30 to 100,000 views. It depends. That's like my average. You have some outliers, right? So if I get the sponsorship offer, they offer me money worth between 30 to 50,000 views on average. And given that I literally just quit my full-time job because I want to do that, I need to make sure that the content I provide somewhat matches a certain expectation, right? And I want to do more content. I want to do more streaming. I want to utilize streaming content, get the information out there, but I need to do it on a second channel. And I think that is the best solution for everybody. For the people who are interested, they can watch that over there, right? And it doesn't matter what the channel name is. The content is gonna be the same. There's just too many ZZ creators doing account reviews as well. Yeah, because it pays off. That is why. It pays off because people want to watch account reviews. And that's not only ZZZ or Gacha in general. That also, like, for example, Lin Null, when he did, was it Arc, not Arc Raiders? Lin made his channel when, wait, let me open up Lin's account. Lin was streaming, like, before, a lot before, right? In case you didn't know that. He was actually streaming a lot. Here, let me open up Lin's channel. If you go back, right, before he started ZZZ, Lost Ark, it was Lost Ark. He did Lost Ark content. And his Lost Ark content he streamed, and the only thing he streamed was account reviews because he got a lot of viewers and people just wanted to watch that. And some people are really impatient, they don't want to wait, so they pay for it. That is really just how this works. And the same for Kete, right? to be fair, Kete is a really fucking good dude. He probably would do that even if he would make minus from that. Even if he would have to pay for it, he probably would do it. But nonetheless, doing account reviews just pays off for him. Have you seen his fucking members? Like, Kete is a fucking anomaly. Like, a really good one, to be fair, but he is an anomaly. Like, if you go to any stream, it doesn't really matter what stream, 4,000 members? 10% of his fucking sub count are members? Do you know how fucking insane this is? Like, join, right? There's the $2 version and the $7 version. If you just assume that 90% are this and 10% are this, if you just assume that, right? So from his, let's say 4,000 members, or let's make it 4,000 for the ease, right? 4,000. So you have 3,600 times €2, and then 400 times €6. That is how much money he makes just from his members. Sure, you have like taxes and also YouTube cut and whatever, but he makes fucking bank with his members. His community is extremely supportive. And he makes really good content, right? He makes really good content and he deserves it. 100%. But it also pays off for him. And I really hope, I mean, he is still gonna do account reviews, right? He also streams a lot and very long as well. And I really hope that the content change he plans is gonna turn out well for him. But you're gonna see that generally his account reviews just do really well, right? Compared to other kind of content. Because that is what he built his audience around. Like 8 hours plus, yeah, he streams very, very long. It's also good that he does it. I'm very happy for Kete's growth. He is not gonna stop anytime soon. He's gonna hit 50k soon. He's gonna hit 50k soon. I fucking love Kete. One of the most wholesome members in this community, for sure. Yoyona's YouTube mods, yeah. Right, you know. Also, yo, hi. I do know the mods. I'm a mod myself. After he removed me. I watch all his account reviews. They are so entertaining to watch while eating. Yeah, like, you know, he does a really good job at it. He knows what he is doing. He is entertaining. He knows what he's doing. It is very clear why people watch Kete. But you also have to be fair, right? It still pays off for him. So it is a win-win. It is a win for the members. It is a win for everybody who watches him. But it is also a win for himself. And that is good. That is the best case scenario. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending how you see it, I'm not in that position, right? I don't have that. I don't have what Kete has. So I have to make the trade-off that if I want to make account reviews, I have to go into a loss, which is okay. I'm fine with that. But I cannot upload it on my main channel. I love how his streams are usually more watched than the videos. He has really good viewership, yes. It helps he streams late because it gets a lot of international viewers as well. Yeah, it depends, you know. I stream at this time because that is the best way for me to capture the NA and Asian audience. That is the reason why I stream at this time. Right, if you watch at my metrics, I mean, we can have a look at that if you guys are interested. Can I actually watch that on Twitch? Let me see. Here, right? If you look at the metrics, you can see that very clearly. For some fucking reason, 5% are Germans. Hi, German people. Why are you awake at this shitty time? But a lot of my viewership is just UA, and then you have like a lot of like Asian audience as well, right? If you add up all of the small numbers, that is just what happens, right? And the same on YouTube. If you look at my YouTube metrics, Let's actually take the Yishong Guang guide because it has the highest sample size, but I mean, it's basically the same everywhere. So if you go for the audience and you look here, you will see, right? A lot is UA, Philippines, Canada, Brazil, Indonesia. That's not European time zone. When collab with Kete, whenever he's up for it, I love collabing with people. Right? But if I start, you have to think about it like this. If I start streaming at midnight, my time, right? Then the US is somewhere between 3 to 6 p.m. Right? That is the US time. My time. US time. Asia time. And this is somewhere between 6 to 9 a.m. Midnight for you? No, you are behind me 6 hours. This is basically my ideal way to capture people. And then you also have like only 9:42. Yeah, that makes sense, right? We have like 6 hours later. It depends obviously where the fuck you are over in the US. The US is so fucking large, you probably can do it like 12 to 6 p.m. Right? You have like so many time zones you cover. But even arguably here, right? To 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. So there's even more to that. You also have to think about the other streamers, right? Who do I compete with? ALG, Kete, Josh, J-Stern. That's basically it, right? You have to keep in mind these times as well. ALG streams from like 9 p.m. to midnight, right? That's kind of what he streams around. Kete starts streaming, I mean, it depends a little bit. But usually it's like 7 to 9 a.m. Then, actually, I don't fucking know when these two stream. But somewhere during the day for me, right? Somewhere between 9 a.m. to midnight for me, right? So this time slot is really good for me because it captures my main audience, which is US and Asia. And I don't compete with these people. Phantom rates me, right? He rates me. So he is also somewhere on like 3 until 3 a.m. Phantom, it was like midnight to like 3 or maybe 5 a.m. something like this, right? I do have, it is impossible to not compete with anybody. That literally doesn't work. But this is, for me, the best time to stream, arguably. It's also really unfortunate for me because I constantly have to fuck over my sleep rhythm. I will be real, I have no fucking idea where people are from. Is Nangong Yu Aria for the long-term investment? I don't know what Nangong Yu does, so I cannot answer that. But, you know, I see that you played the content game, you have to. Whether people want to believe it or not, this is a job. It is a very fun job, and it is also a very privileged job. Do you have the time zones in a spreadsheet? No. Why would I? The fuck? I'm not obsessed with that. The main thing I care about is this part, right? Because in the end, if I stream to nobody, I'm not gonna help a lot of people, right? My main point being is, hey, when can I reach the most amount of people so that it is a win-win for everybody? I'm just sad it's fuck times for me. I'm so sorry, GameCube. I'm so sorry. Ah, look at that. The mod. Welcome. Thank you, thank you. Gonna see you on Kete stream. Welcome. I love how most of the age that appears on the thing. Yeah, right. And I can tell you, as long as this is not 0%, and arguably this as well, I'm never gonna do even remotely any kind of certain sponsorships. But yeah, it's like, you know. Also 2.5% female, but damn, female gooners are here. But yeah, you know, look at that, 72% not subscribed. What are you doing, guys? The numbers speak the truth. Yeah, it's always it is such a hard topic to say, because I think if any creator says they are not interested in any numbers, they lie. Maybe there's, you know, exceptions make the rule. Exceptions make the rule. But generally, I think it's wrong to say that. And it doesn't even matter necessarily what kind of numbers we're talking about. That doesn't need to be monetary numbers, right? It doesn't need to be view numbers. But there are certain numbers you do want to care about as a creator. And you cannot ignore them if you want to have any kind of success. And what the reason for the success is a different matter, right? Some people literally just do YouTube because money, and that is also fine. I think that's a valid reason. But if your reason is, hey, I do this, I care about this because I want to help a lot of people, that is also a valid reason. Honestly, I'm in that 9% of English subtitles. Sometimes it's hard for me to keep up with everything you're saying, especially that video. That is fair, right? That's totally fine. To be fair, they are auto-generate. They are not necessarily correct. But yeah, there are just so many reasons why you would care about something or not care about that. And I think it's fine. Look at that, 1K subs, new subs, welcome. But arguably, it's not worth it, right? Revenue-wise, 230,000 views for $600 when I spent like 2,000 on this, not worth it. But I don't care about that. I don't care about the monetary number here. That is not my reason to do that. My reason is that I want to appeal to a large amount of people, and I also want to have some self-fulfillment. And the self-fulfillment I basically just get by making some crazy-ass intros. The new DA is so cancer. I love it. One of the best DAs in recent history. But yeah, you know, there are so many different factors. We go here, right? Arguably, these videos are actually worth it monetarily. These videos are worth it. Because this is just 125 euro plus. I make 0 minus on that. It doesn't cost me anything to make this video. Analytics, if we go here to audience, right? Again, a lot of US. Look at that. All not my time zone. When is the first time zone? Is Germany. Germany here at 2.8% and UK. But even then, look, Vietnam, Malaysia, Mexico, Russia, Australia, Thai, France, okay, is here again, Singapore. Most of my audience is not EU. And the largest part is the fucking US. I love the US. I love the US people. Your help is very much appreciated, honestly. You've helped me a lot with your guide since your run came out, so why not earning a bit with the help? Well, thank you. Yeah, arguably, those videos are not worth it. My main videos are basically always a net loss. Aria is the first video in a long time that has not been a net loss. Or is not gonna be a net loss. If I may ask, what do you think about the English pronunciation? Is it extra charm, or do you even think of voice over the content? I mean, I give my best for how I think that stuff is pronounced, and if it is not pronounced correctly, then unlucky. That's literally all. There's like, you know, I cannot. I'm not native. I'm not native. Sometimes I mispronounce something. That is okay. I do have an accent. That is okay. I cannot change it. At least I can speak a second language. That's basically it, right? And I fucking hate German as a language. I think German sounds so fucking awful. The grammar makes 0 fucking sense. It's the European accent. It has its charm. Oh, thank you. What's your first language? German. It is German, but I don't like German. And the problem is the German content creation scene is very small. And again, I want to reach as many people with my content as I can. And I'm not gonna reach as many people if I make German content. The ZZ endgame feels harder than usual. Is this factually true? Depends. If your statement is... If your statement is... Vesper feels harder than usual, yes. Because this is Aria's boss. If you do you have Aria? Yes. Okay, this boss is gonna be easy. Do you not have Aria? Well, I hope you have Mindscapes, or you know exactly what you are doing. You have a good build. Can you clear with other characters? Yeah. But it's not necessarily gonna be easy, especially if you have, like, if you're an average player. I know you're not native, you're German, but I'm just asking if you had so much thought about that stuff. No, not really. I don't worry about it. Sometimes there's a word which I don't know how to pronounce, then I will look that up. But otherwise, I really don't care. Like... And sometimes I just make a mistake, which I literally just, you know, I don't even notice I make that mistake until the video is basically finished, and then I'm just too lazy to re-record it. I think Suna was a good example for that. Suna intro. Was it Suna? No, it was Yeshun Guang. And you speak it better than a lot of people where English is their primary language. Yeah, I'm not too sure about that one, but you have to keep in mind that I basically only speak English, right? So my wife is Japanese. She learns German, she speaks good German, but most of the time I speak English with my wife. Then we have work. I work at an international, well, arguably it's a German IT company, right? But it's an IT company, and the main language, we have a lot of foreigners at our company. So, also that is double speak. Oops. I speak EN at work. Then YouTube. I don't have to tell you that, right? I speak EN. Well, not at YouTube, but, you know, I speak English when I do YouTube content. Then I have, like, all of the content creation friends I made. Lynn, ALG, Kete, all of these people. When I talk with them, I speak English. Like, 22 out of 24 hours a day. Okay, that's bad, you know, I also sleep sometimes. Let's say 16 out of 18 hours a day, I speak English. I basically never speak German. This weekend will be the first time I'm gonna speak German again because German friends are coming over. You don't sleep 2 hours? I sleep more, don't worry. Unless CES is around. When CES is around, I don't sleep. Is German getting slowly cut out of his vocabulary? Sometimes, that's actually a real problem. Because sometimes I forget German words. I don't know how to say a sentence in German. And like, actually. How would you describe definite articles to a native Jens? Bro, I don't fucking know. Complete fucking dog shit might be a good description. That might be a good description. Like, German articles make zero fucking sense. Does it happen to you that you think of a concept in English that doesn't exist in German? What about learning Japanese? 日本語話せるよ。少しだけで。I have no idea about the concept. But I'm not sure about concepts. I can tell you though that all of my thought processes are in English as well. I don't think in German anymore. Might not be grammatically perfect, my thought process, but yeah. Fucking flex. I mean, my wife is Japanese. We have been in Japan for a lot, right? To be fair, I slowly start unlearning it because I don't use it anymore. Like, even, like, my wife now speaks good German, so 99% she answers in German and I answer in English because I just am not used to speaking German anymore. So yeah, you will be here tomorrow. I'm not gonna stream tomorrow. I will be streaming again Sunday. Yo, Snuggles. Yes, I am. Since 9 years in June this year. I'm fucking old, man. I'm old. Don't think that, you know, just because this cat girl here looks young and cute, you know, that doesn't mean that I am. Give me some room for jokes. I got executed lately. Don't worry. You can do all your jokes. If you mainly speak English, won't you forget about German? I do. That's the problem. I literally have situations basically daily where I was like, wait, what is the German word? Wait, how do I say this in German? That's especially a problem because sometimes my wife asks me like, shit, how do you say this in German? I'm like, oh, good question. Good question. You already had the 30 midlife crisis. I literally turned 30 5 days ago. So, no, but yes. So in your mind, you think in English? Yes. All the time. Basically, German doesn't exist in my life anymore. Everything started back then when I played League of Legends and I learned English from the League of Legends chat. I learned really useful vocabulary like KYS, MF, some Russian, Bliat. Happy late birthday, thank you, man. German foreigner in Germany, sometimes I feel like that, yeah. Bro, the League of Legends chat was wild, but arguably it taught me more English than my fucking English teacher did. Maybe it was also just interest, right? Let's be honest, like, school English is not really the most interesting stuff. How do you say neko kawaii in German? We don't talk about that because it sounds aggressive rather than cute. For me, it was Gmod and TTT mostly, that's fair. Honestly, games are really good at teaching English. There's like, you know, even though you don't do it actively. I learned English playing Pokemon, goddamn, I loved playing Pokemon, but I actually played Pokemon in English, in German up until I was 8. No, until I was 12. And then I changed all of my Pokemon games to Japanese. So all of my games, all of the Pokemon I've caught is always Japanese. And now it's Fortnite, but seeing HSR in Fortnite is so fun. Bro, I was just on, when I went to the toilet before, I was just opening Reddit for a second, and there were like 5 or 6 Kafkas dancing. I mean, it's good promo for HSR, right? Makes sense to do that. Alright, chat, we have 7 AM. I'm not even sure if I'm just sad most games have a toxic community, especially if a competitive mode. Yeah, sadly, that is what it is. That's why I don't want co-op in ZZZ. There already are some toxic people in ZZZ, and co-op unfortunately does emphasize that. It's also really interesting to see how bad some people actually are at this game, but that's totally fine, right? The problem is whether or not you make people feel bad for that, because you don't fucking know the circumstances. You don't know if they literally just don't care, which is totally valid. You don't know if they have the most dogshit phone possible. You don't know if they literally just play it like 1 minute a day, right? It's a fucking game. People should enjoy a game. It doesn't matter how good you are. But there are people who are always like, oh no, you are playing badly. We have less score than before. Let's kick you. Co-op is fine, but no competitive mode. Like Fall Guys? Okay. I think for minigames it's something different. I really like the fucking TFT event in ZZZ, by the way. The TFT event is awesome. I love TFT. Actually, we should play TFT on stream somewhere. That might be funny as well. Oh shit, I have to watch the patch notes. Mortark released them today morning. Well, that is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna watch TFT patch notes, 16.6, right? And you know, we gonna hear each other on Sunday. Make sure to watch the Aria guide. Thank you, thank you. I mean, your guides help me enjoy the game more, especially endgame, but without those guides, I think endgame would be miserable to play. I mean, there are other creators out there as well, right, who make good content. Alright, chat, I love you all. I love you all. Take care, have a really good time, and, well, we see each other on Sunday, is what I said, right? Sunday. Have a good one, guys, have a good one. Love you all. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the 4 biddies, right? The 4 biddies in total. I can finally afford food for the weekend. Fantastic. So I only have to stream on Monday again for 4 more biddies. Yo, alright. Chat, love you all. See ya. And, I don't know. I'm bad at outros. Bye bye.